Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And welcome to Morning Brew. Wherever you are, whenever you're listening, I do hope it's a good one. I was just listening to some different music for starting the stream this morning. I just don't know. Kind of lost in thought. Yeah, I have somebody I know gonna be facing a hard time coming up, and so it's his mom's birthday. Of course, her birthday has been hard since she passed, and so yeah, not exactly a fun time. Didn't happen for a few days, but yeah, it's kind of hard. So I've been listening to some music to just kind of make the mood a little better. It's funny because I listen, you know, well, no, I think more about, my own parents who are getting up there in age, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. It's not going to be. It's not something I want to think about. Not something I want to consider, but it's there. And I don't know. I don't want this stream to be a downer. I want it to kind of be happy and fun. But it was funny. I had a shorter stream yesterday, and I'm going to be honest. It's kind of disappointing when fewer people watch the replay of a shorter stream. It's like they think that it's not worthy of listening to because it's not longer. I don't know. I don't know. I just Anyhow, good morning, Professor Bernie Specs. Good morning, BK Dan. And that's all we have in the chat as of now that are showing in the that said anything in the chat. And so, what is going on this morning, or today, I should say, wherever it is where you are? Good morning, Bone. And yes, it's 7 a.m. where you are in Eastern time. But, you know, I don't know where exactly you are. Obviously, Eastern. So, I mean, it could be anywhere on the East Coast. Hmm. And yeah, I've hit on. Well, sometimes that is a little easier said than done. A little easier said than done. I don't know. I don't even know. I had something in mind I wanted to talk about, and yeah, that just went south. I don't know. Oh, and good morning, Cardinal Sin. Good morning, Inns, or good whatever it is where you are. Afternoon, I think, if you're in UK. And BK Dan is going to be delivering presents today. Cool. Who are you delivering presents to? It's funny. I've made up or had made up a calendar of channels to feature, and I'd done this a couple months ago. So every channel, with the exception of one, was already on the schedule for when they are. And that one that I did change was for Vile Mike, who was already on the schedule, but I just changed the date to coincide with his Jet Nerdy. Today, the featured channel is Midnight's Edge After Dark. And, you know, it's funny because Sunday was a difficult day for me. I'm just going to have to ignore idiots on Twitter and other places that send me some shitty ass messages. And focus on the ones that actually give a damn. It's funny because, you know, there was somebody that in one of the live streams, you know, left a couple of nasty comments. And oh, this is somebody that's blocked me on Twitter, by the way. And so I know I'm not usually going to focus on the negative, but You know, it's out there. People are going to be negative, and I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, there are people I have issues with, and people have issues with me. I've tried working it out. I've done my part. I've done my um, best to figure out a way to let them know that I am truly sorry for any misunderstanding. And it's kind of hurtful that I don't give a shit enough, even though they claimed to be friends, to even acknowledge that I've said anything. That I've tried mending a fence, and it's just, yeah. I'm going to be honest. Some people are just shitty. I don't want to focus on that, but it's true. And hey, Chris, what's going on? Yeah. Everybody wants a damn link. I can't even go 15 minutes of my own damn stream without people asking me for the link. I know you do, Dan. I do. I know you do. And I know that everyone here does. It's just, like I said, certain individuals who I'm not going to talk about, because it's not appropriate. Yeah. There's so many times and so many ways I can apologize and do it in a way that isn't, how do I say it? It isn't fake. And when I heard that JJ passed, that gave me another opportunity, another motivation to try again to apologize. And nothing. Nothing. In fact, Sunday, I was on a private, well, not private stream because it was members only. And I was, well, I went into part of this before, but encouraged to keep going. Actually, there have been several people that have helped encourage me to keep going. Not the least of which is Bird and his mom. And yes, I will put the link in. Just give me a minute. And good morning, Tack loves art. And good morning, Robert Rose Jr. At least I could, and I looked back at the chat. Yes, at least I was correct about the time of day. All right, I'm gonna break my own damn rule. Because I usually want to go at least 20, 30 minutes before I send out the damn link, but here it is. Okay. By the way, welcome, Tack Loves Art. I don't remember seeing your name in chat before. Although there have been people I know who have been what do you call it? Lurking in chat. And thank you, Mike Richards. How are you today? And there, the comment is pinned in the chat. And just a moment, I do have somebody backstage. Good part about having somebody there. Okay, now we've got two people back there. Good part about it is I can actually mute for a second after I let them on and let my nose. Be honest.
Greetings.
Good morning. And how are you, Cardinal Sin? Where the hell did you go, Chris?
I'm doing well, and I don't know where the hell Chris went.
And what do you got there?
Oh, I did an unboxing video just a bit ago. This is Hawk the Slayer. One of my favorite movies when I was young.
Cool.
So I'm just unwrapping some stuff that came in the mail. This is a special edition that was remastered by Network, and I'm getting a lot of stuff from them.
Wow. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, Mr. Chris Knight.
I'm driving to work, so figured I'm not able to get on a lot, depending on what's going on. But it's been a rough week.
Do make sure you pay attention to the road.
Oh, I'm not even holding my phone. Got my Bluetooth in, both hands on the wheel.
Right on.
I'm a safe car streamer.
It's the sort of thing one doesn't really have to say, but
take care, Bone. Have
robots
a good day.
or something. Yeah. I was up talking to Hans Carr last night about a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that just drives me nuts is that there is a ton of crap that goes on drama-wise in this community.
Yep.
From all different sides, and I talked. When shit like this happens, it should be an eye-opener that none of it matters. None of that shit that people get pissy about, and that, you know, whatever, you know, stop talking to people, stop streaming with people, whatever. None of that shit matters. Because
I will
at the end of the day,
second that motion.
Exactly.
Yeah, when you shut off the computer in front of you, when you turn off your phone, when you turn off your laptop, whatever you use, you're in your world. I mean, you know, Captain and I live fairly close together. We've never met. His world is his world. My world is my world. This computer goes off, and when the phone goes off, and you jump off of the stream, you're in your world. That person's not there anymore.
Yep.
They have no effect on your life. To really sever a friendship or I don't know what to call it, an online
Presence.
contact, yeah, an online presence. To do that over bullshit. Listen, wake up the next day, turn on the computer, message the person, how are we streaming? Just do
Reset.
it and put your differences. Yeah, reset, because it isn't important. I mean, and I say that in a double-edged way. It is important that we continue to stream day in and day out, or to continue moving forward. Take a day, take 2 days, take a week off, fine. But when you come back to it, just realize that whatever that was doesn't do anything for anybody to continue to hold on to it.
And ultimately, if I may interject, and ultimately they forgot about it before you did. They don't care. It doesn't make a difference.
Well, it depends. Some people are just as bent up on it as you might be, but
generally speaking, I mean.
Well, it takes work from everybody's side.
Yeah, no, and like Orville Nation and Captain Trek say, we lift each other up. We grow together, and the people that aren't interested in doing that don't really matter.
I've brought this up multiple times this past 2 days. I started streaming with JJ and people like Mary Mayhem and Drunk 3PO back when these people had 300, 400, 500 subs.
Yep, me too.
I don't know how many people. I don't know how many like Jay has anymore. Drunk 3PO.
But you know what? I don't watch any of those channels anymore. I haven't for a long time.
Listen, I'm not going to say I don't, but I'm not by no means just going to say this. I'm not calling out Mary or Jay. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about is larger channels in general that were smaller when we first started. They all said it. We help each other and stuff. And so there's one thing that I have constantly tried to remember, and as I've gotten bigger, I'm close to 6,000 subscribers.
Hey, congratulations.
I've been told time and time again by bigger channels, well, you're not going to get bigger, or you're not going to grow, or meet your full potential if you continue to stream with people that have 300 or 400 subs. And I don't give a shit. I've grown. And
fuck those guys.
It might have been slower, but I stream with people
Yeah, exactly.
I don't stream with people that are going to help blow my numbers up. And some days we have bigger numbers on our streams. Some days we have smaller numbers. And I'm not really too worried about those things, because I believe in that mantra of I'm here to help everybody. And it doesn't matter what size of your channel is, because you're just as worthy of it if you have 10 subs or if you have 5,000.
Indeed.
And I just really wish, and there are lots of people that I personally know that have issues with other people, and I stream with both sets, because I don't hold those grudges for other people. I'm not a person who will not stream with somebody because somebody else I stream with has an issue with them. And I tell people that, don't make me make a choice. Because if you make me make a choice,
yeah,
more likely to be you that
somebody
loses
coming
out.
on your channel and calling somebody else out or yelling at them or giving them the business, whatever.
Well,
I've gone through that and I found it extremely distasteful. And Captain Trek knows what I'm talking about.
well,
Yep, I do.
I'm
personally,
just of the opinion that, when, like you said, Chris, earlier, when you're on your channel, you are the lord and master of your castle. And if somebody is exhibiting behavior that you dislike, you can just bump them from the stream. But
well,
I also agree that
yeah,
every time you come back to the mic, you turn your computer on, you stream, you need to let go. You've got to bury that stuff or just not worry about it. And if people continue with behavior or whatever that you dislike, then you have to deal with it in your own way. I recently went through something similar, and I think Captain knows who I'm talking about. And I had to, excuse me, block someone on Twitter and on YouTube, and it's really almost more effort than it's worth because they can just undo it, and so you have to spend every morning, making sure that you've reblocked this person. It just gets ridiculous. But you can't let people upset you. You can't let people upset your stream. Your stream is here for a reason. People value what that reason is, whatever it is. People value you, and the I particularly value your ability to have take on board several people with differing viewpoints and points of view, and sort of be more or less a referee that doesn't have a dog in the fight. I really like that about you, Captain Trek. But you're also a sensitive guy. I'm a sensitive guy too. When somebody just really unleashes and hits you hard, you need to excuse me, remember not to take that on board. That's not helpful critique. It's not even a negative critique that you can take on board and go, oh, I didn't see that about myself, I'll change that. If someone's just being a jerk, just don't worry about it. Get on to the next thing. Right, Chris?
I have prided myself in one thing, and that is the fact that I have, except for being on the fringes of what's going on, I've stayed away from the drama. I tell people I don't bring drama in. I won't condone drama, and I do my best to get
I'm not
past.
interested in it. It
Well,
wastes
yeah.
too much time, and negative emotional baggage. It weighs more than positive emotional baggage, right?
I don't even, I don't have anybody blocked, to my knowledge. And when I say that, there might be like larger entities on Twitter that I might block. But as far as people in this community, I don't block anybody. I have a very, very good ability to tune anything and everything out. And when it starts going that direction, like if I'm on a stream and I hear people talk about somebody else or well, you know who this is, and I'm not calling you guys out per se.
Right.
I tune that out. It's it becomes background noise, and I'm like, whatever, because I'm not a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I can get off that stream, and it's that person that they're talking about, whether or not I know it or not. I might be on a stream with them next time, and because to me, that's not my fight. That's not my issue. Now, I won't disagree that some people who do that, they need to be more mindful about what they're doing. But my mantra has always been, if you don't directly affect me and do something to me like that, then I don't have a dog in that fight.
Yeah.
And I will support the people around me in whatever way I do, but I'm not going to fight your fight for you. I will certainly give you
Moral support.
Support the best way I can on the side that I believe is right, but I will not do it publicly because I will not get involved in he said, she said, he said, he
Right.
said, or anything like that. I refuse to get into that because that's what starts all the crap.
And that's when people start to make decisions based on not enough information. And no, I totally hear what you're saying. And I think that it's important to remember that, as the master of my own castle, when I'm streaming, when I've got something going on my channel, I've got to focus. Everyone who's a content creator knows you've got to be able to multitask and do 13 things at once. And, during that time, you have to be dominant. You have to be willing to listen to others. You have to be willing to be open to other points of view. And Hail Mountains of Elysium. You have to be able to sort of let stuff wash off you like water off a duck's back. But if something pegs and somebody's really going too far, you also have to be able to just get that person out of there. If things happen while you're offline, I personally would use the suggestion that you've always heard at work. Leave your work troubles at work and leave your home troubles at home. That kind of thing. I understand that they're sort of intermixed on YouTube,
Right.
but if somebody decides they're going to talk shit on you, or they're going to spread, lascivious lies, or whatever, all you can do is make a statement and let it run its course. People that know you well will know better.
True.
If somebody is doing some sort of action, trying to gaslight you or whatever, you just have to understand that sometimes there are people that are like that, and don't absorb it, don't take it in, just never mind.
And yes, Mountains of Elysium. That should be a hashtag that I think is used more right now.
I'm by the way completely unfamiliar with the JJ situation.
I'm not exactly sure when he died. I've heard it was Friday.
Is there anything other than JJ to which I might be more familiar?
Sith Lord. Shit, what is it? Damn it, Chris left. Must be his Wi-Fi.
I think I know what you mean.
And so yeah, he died, and I'm not exactly sure how. There've been a couple of possible causes of death that have been mentioned, and good thing Chris is back.
Were you particularly close?
He and I talked. Yes, I'm not as close as a lot of people were to him, but um,
Who
Chris,
was
do you
that?
have any JJ?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear for a second.
No
What
problem.
were you gonna say?
Well, I was just
I had
saying that.
just asked what the story was because I wasn't familiar.
Okay, well, that's the thing right now is that the past 2 days have been crazy because Han and I and I've been careful to say this whole we knew JJ better than anybody because I don't know that, but JJ, Han, and myself have basically streamed together, not necessarily every week, but most every week for the past 3 years.
Mm.
Um, and
Well, as corny as this sounds, let me um, say I'm sorry for your loss.
well, I appreciate that. I appreciate all the condolences of people. Literally, as soon as it started coming out, everybody was messaging me and Han, "Hey, did you hear about JJ? Is this true about JJ?" And
Which
both
is the
Han and I,
last thing you want to hear.
yeah, because both Han and I were taken back by it because we weren't notified first. Now, Anzo, Anzo, Bigger Ford Entertainment, got a message from his ex-wife first. I think he was the point of contact at first, and Han and I kind of were like, "Why was Anzo messaged first?" And I found out the answer to that. His ex-wife, that's the only person she could remember
Mm.
the name of, which
Right.
is fine. I'm not mad that he was first. It's not like, oh, well, we should have. It's just we were kind of perplexed as to why, because then, like I said, everybody was contacting us and asking
Yeah.
us, "Is it true? Is this that?" And we're sitting there going, like, "I don't know." And I told people, because everybody was like, "It can't be true," and they weren't wanting to take what was out there yet as the truth. And it
Chris,
wasn't until I talked.
when did this happen?
Well, all right, I'm about ready to get to work, so I'm going to get through this really quick. Try to get this out.
Oh, yeah.
So they believe Friday, I think, is when it happened. Uh, that's coroner, and that's only going to be so accurate because they didn't, I think, find him until Monday. Everybody in his house was gone for the holiday, and they didn't get back until Monday, and then that's when they found him. So I think they said Friday. They believe it was probably a heart attack, but nobody has an absolute on that yet. And it wasn't until I talked to his roommate who found him that I started messaging people. Yes, I will now tell you it is true.
Yeah.
And that's nothing against his ex-wife. I mean, his ex-wife and him were close still. Wasn't like, oh, she's going to start crap. That was nothing to do with it. It's just I wanted to get accurate information,
Right.
and then go forward. And I've thought about what I can do. The first thing I'm going to do about this, as far as my little memorial form, it's going to be Sunday on my weekly wrap up when he was there almost every week. And I have said this time and time again, what's really going to be tough for people like Han and I is we had shows that he was an intricate part of. Last night we did the chaos list. He was a part of that. The thumbnail has his name on it.
Are you going to be doing a show with clips of him?
Well, we have a memorial video we've been playing, and we're going to continue playing that right now this week. But JJ, I don't think ever realized what he meant to this community. He always was like, I'm nobody, blah, 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 blah. He said it time and time again. And then Captain Track, honestly, you say some of the same things he said. And I'm going to tell you right now, Captain, if you don't think you're an important part of this community, you're dead wrong. You are. And I told
That's
him the
true.
same thing. And I refuse to hear that because it's like you don't understand your own self-worth sometimes. And I don't get that per se personally, but I won't let you think that as best as I can. I will try to make sure you know that that's not true. Because now, if you guys look at it, there are the Rumble weekly wrap up, name that tune, Jackbox Game Night over at Honstar, the Chaos List. That is 5 shows he was absolutely a part of. Those 5 shows right now will have a hole for the rest of the time you do them because he's not there. And it is so difficult and it's been so hard this week and has been so emotionally draining right now. And it's nobody's fault. It's not like I'm asking for sympathy or anything like that because
Right.
I'm taking this as a way to remind people, such as yourself, Captain, of your importance. Because people care, people are invested in you, and the people who aren't, the people who ride you about shit and stuff like that, don't worry about them. They don't matter. So, guys, I'm at work. I gotta go. If I can jump back on here a little bit, I will. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care,
Okay?
Chris.
All right. Bye.
Take care, Chris. Yeah, this is a big community. I know most people, for instance, like Chris from the Doomcock chat. Chris and I say hello to each other every time we see each other. I say hello to a lot of people, but I'm a friendly guy, and I want to engage in as many of those really important relationships that I can. There are some people that will say hi back. There are some people that will become further involved in my life, as it sounds like JJ was with you and with Chris. And sometimes, you forge really deep friendships from, just saying hi to somebody. And sometimes he just kind of takes over when you had no idea that it would. But there are a lot of people that you don't realize count on you and your streams as part of their day, and that might be what gets them going in the morning or whenever you're on somebody else's channel, etc. A lot of people look up to you, and there are so many of those type of people in our community. Let's say based off Doomcock or Doomcock and Nerdrotic, what have you, that, unfortunately accidents happen. We lose people, and the fandom menace, if you will, is an aging group of people, and we're gonna lose parents, we're gonna lose friends, we're gonna lose people in the YouTube community, no matter what side they're on. There are a lot of us that are chronic pain patients, like we are. There are people that have other maladies. We just have to remember those people that were good to us and that were thoughtful and helped us out and that we felt strongly for. And the others, are also in the community, and their loss will be felt. And really, when it comes down to it, everybody's part of the same tribe here. We were all, at some point, nerdy kids that were left out or outsiders for one reason or another. And we all have at least something that connects us to everybody else, whether it's comic books or, movies or, being anti-woke, what have you. But I think we kind of have to prepare ourselves in advance for, loss.
Yeah. And thank you, thought process. No, the funny thing is, we end up talking about all different kinds of things, not just Star Trek, believe it or not.
Especially on Trivia Smackdown. We talked about Star Wars exclusively. But yeah, there are people like Echo Base Network. They're really into Star Wars. You and I know, are both, among other things, really into Star Trek. It's a wide variety of things. The Venn diagram of all the people that are part of the fandom menace, or that might identify that way, is huge. That Venn diagram contains Firefly, The Expanse, Counterpart, etc., whatever. Stargate, Babylon 5. And so that Venn diagram is going to be huge and have all different kinds of fingers poking into it. But when it comes down to it, anybody that is friendly and sensitive and has been someone of worth to you, you can't replace that person. There's going to be a hole in your heart for the rest of your life that's that person shaped, I've been through a lot of that in the last 2 years. And funnily enough, there's been a lot of actors and people, from the original series and all different kinds of things that have passed. And this COVID situation hasn't made it any better.
Oh, God, no.
But we just have to, keep going. Put a picture of that person on the wall. Make sure they're never forgotten. And honor them with the work that you do every day.
Well, you have a good day, BK Dan. And TTFN. Let's see here. Right. But all of a sudden, the StreamYard just went wacko. Can't see anything. Yeah, it's just, okay, great. Messages are now screwed up. Thank you, StreamYard. I may have to bring up the chat in the YouTube. All right. Back over there now. Okay. Good morning, Janet from another planet. Good morning, Robert Rose Jr. Who else did I miss?
Hello there.
That's it. Good afternoon, Mountains of Elysium. How are you?
if I may, thought process says the weird wandering conversation is what I like about this place. Even when y'all get deep in the Star Trek talk, it is interesting. I'm typically very lost during that portion of the stream.
I am curious thought process. What things do you like? What shows? What movies? Because I know that a lot of people like, I like Star Trek, Star Wars, that kind of stuff. There are people that get involved in the chat that like Doctor Who, for example. I do like
Or
the second Doctor,
Galactica.
but I like Battlestar. Battlestar Galactica was always a favorite of mine. Doctor Who, however, I tend to kind of, I don't know as much, so I'm just listening.
I always loved classic Doctor Who. I've been a Whovian since I was a little kid. I enjoyed the reboot until Peter Capaldi, when the writing started to fail. He was a great actor, a great role for him. But all of the stuff that's gone on post Steve Moffat leaving with Chibnall and Whittaker, I just don't consider canon. It's like a lot of people have been talking about Sliders lately. That Tracy had said, and somebody else had said, that he considered the first 2.5 seasons canon, and the rest of it, he's going to be writing the continuation of Sliders soon, and he's going to bring Arturo back, who was killed later in that series, and he's going to be starting out with pretty much the original cast. And the stuff that happened in the last, say, 2 seasons will just be, not considered canon. And he's the creator of the show, so he can do whatever he wants.
And yes, Mike Richards, Salty Truckers, the nerd community, yeah.
Sure. Although, pop culture has gone so mainstream, a lot of people have come in from comic books, from movies, and then kind of gone down the geek rabbit hole, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, all you have to do is look at Comic-Con Hall H of any given year. People are just geeked out about whatever it is, that's being shown.
Let's see here. Good morning, 6. And let's see here.
I also
Good morning,
enjoy
Eric
watching
Sander.
terrible 80s movies. I have a soft spot in my heart for those. I remember being in the theater, seeing the trailer for the movie Volcano, and I leaned over to my friend and I said, if this movie is called Volcano, I'm going to stand up and scream. And of course, it was, Volcano coming to a theater near you. Blah, 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 blah. And I stood up and I went, no! I can't believe they called this crappy movie Volcano. But it was obvious from, the first second. That's what it was about. So, L.A. suddenly has all these active volcanoes. another Michael Bay masterpiece.
Oh, and good morning, Jason Price. Yep. Yeah, but a decent number are just nerd adjacents. They aren't card carrying.
That's very well put.
Welcome anyone, actually. Doesn't matter what you
Yes.
call yourself. It's
People all start out as newbies, right? I mean, you started out as a newbie. I started out as a newbie. Jason started out as a newbie. Uh, I was a newbie when I was very young because as soon as I was aware of what was going on, Star Trek was on. I couldn't I couldn't watch the movie Logan's Run, but I got the novelization, which was written by the same writers, William F. Nolan and George Clayton Johnson, who wrote the screenplay for Logan's Run. And it was more lascivious than the movie. I shouldn't have been reading that book, but I enjoyed it. It did an 11-year-old Cardinal Sin a lot of good.
wow.
So, Captain, in regard to what we were
Yes.
talking about before, do you feel like you can kind of shake it off, or do you need to talk about it some more?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I for one, am
my
perfectly
my
willing to listen.
my my problem is that some of the people that I've had issues with are wanting to also talk about we grow together, and it's like you can't go around bad mouthing people and talking about we grow together.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I'm not going to name names. That's just wrong. But there are people that are, but yet glowing onto the hashtag. It's more than a hashtag. It's more than just a simple, oh, here we go, we grow together. I believe it. I would rather see somebody that I know in the community grow bigger than me with my support. I don't care. I don't care if 5 people get huge, as long as they're, a part of the community. They're part of the community. We when I say we grow together, I mean that. I want us to grow, to grow our communities, to have more people to talk to interact with, to be a part of the conversations. And that's the whole point of the Morning Brew for me, is to have the conversations, to have the ability to have different people on the channel. There are people that will come on often. There are some people that will come on very rarely, but it's nice to have people who want to have a conversation. That's what I want, is the conversation. And if sometime Jason Price decides to join the stream and say, hey, this is what I think, this is what I believe, this is what I feel, whatever, more than welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's, in fact, there have been a few I don't know. But anyhow, Everyone, I'm hoping your day is going well, and the link is pinned in the chat for those who would be interested in joining the conversation. So you said you had an unboxing video earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a. Excuse me. It was a rather large amount of stuff. I had a box that was all Blu-rays or DVDs. Kind of catching up on stuff that I missed the first time around.
Mm-hmm.
Also, as is evidenced by Hawk the Slayer, interested in the remaster, the new soundtrack, or the way that they have changed the sound of the film, and as one kind of viewing experience, checking out a movie from my past that I considered to be a lot of fun. It's interesting to see if I still think it's a lot of fun now.
Right.
There are some films that I didn't really get, like Legend is one of them that everybody seems to think is really cool. Labyrinth is another one, and I bought those and watched them, and I still think that they're, either not interesting or I don't get it. And as a screenwriter, there are very few films that I don't get. There are some, I'm not saying that I'm the be-all, end-all of screenwriting, but I like B movies. I like, the kind of movies that are so bad that Mystery Science 3000, Mystery Science Theater 3000, and or riff tracks, riffs along with the movie. I've done movie riffing. I think it's a lot of fun. A friend of mine and I were at the theater just the other day to watch a film, and we were the only two people in the theater, and we had practiced riffing movies earlier in our lives, and so we just sort of fell back into it,
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. But I had to keep watching to make sure that other people hadn't come in, because that would obviously ruin the experience. But, with the theaters that are open, people are still pretty hesitant to go into public areas. And so I generally find that, the theaters are either almost empty or actually are empty, which isn't really why I go to the movies. I like to be in a movie with 800 other people, so that we can all laugh at the same points and, find the same emotional release or whatever. I mean, the whole point of a film is to evoke an emotional response in the viewer. That's kind of like film school 101. And if you're watching maybe not a horror movie, but a movie where there's a haunting going on or something like that, Crimson Peak is a good example of a gothic movie that doesn't have like slashers in it or anything like that. Being part of the audience experience, enjoying the process of discovery all at the same time, that kind of thing, it really beats, staying at home by oneself, watching the newest, fanciest release of Dawn of the Dead or, whatever. Even new movies, watching things on Amazon in 4K and stuff like that. It's nice. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy it, but the theater experience is a totally different thing. And I think it's unfortunate that so many theaters have, gone bankrupt.
Yeah. Well, one thing I like, and I would love to see more of, is the theaters have been showing, or at least were some of them, classic movies that people actually like watching, unlike some of the stuff that comes out now. And that's a way that they can keep their doors open. I support that fully.
One thing that I found, I'm pretty close to the people at Liberty Hall here in Lawrence, which is a kind of an art house theater. They have the big main theater, and then they have the little theater upstairs. And there was they used to have a lot of independent and foreign films, things like that. They made a lot of their money when one of the films that they had the rights to, because the other theater in town, the multiplex, would get the rights to the big Marvel movies and stuff.
Yeah.
So when they would show a film that at the end of the year got an Oscar nod or an Oscar nomination or won an Oscar, they would be able to play it over and over. And I remember with one of Tarantino's movies, it might have been Reservoir Dogs, they hung on to it for like a year and kept playing it, and so they made a lot of money that way. There used to be a second run theater in town, what we called a dollar theater, and they showed, I remember seeing Clash of the Titans there, the Ray Harryhausen version. And lots of great movies there for, $1, and then you had enough money that you could buy some popcorn and a drink or whatever. And those kind of places, I guess similarly to regular theaters, really made their money on concessions. The dollar movie pretty much broke even. They were there to make money on the drinks and the popcorn and the candy bars and stuff like that. So I always made sure to get more of that than I normally would, because even though the prices were pretty high, I enjoyed the second run theater and I wanted to support it. And an interesting thing happened here. The theater chain that we have here declared bankruptcy, and then there was some sort of movement on when the date of the lockdown expiring was, or something like that. Yeah. And the next day they recanted and said we're gonna stay in Chapter 11 and work through everything. But the theaters are still there; they're still open, and I realize that I'm pretty lucky, because a lot of people live in places where those big chains just didn't survive. And it makes me think about things like the banking crisis, where every bank except for Bear Stearns was too big to fail, and they ended up using it as an excuse to pump a lot of money from the bottom of the pyramid, if you will, up to the top, which they did again during COVID, and they've done again since then. And it's like I think it was Rahm Emanuel who said, "Never let a good crisis go to waste."
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that our politicians think that way, especially Rahm Emanuel. I thought that he was going to be, somebody that would make a difference, but coming from the campaign that he did, I guess that was silly of me to think that. Every generation or so, somebody comes along that's kind of a populist that you think really is going to try and fix the problem, and then you realize, they're just playing to the progressives, or, there's that kind of thing on the right as well as the left.
Well, I think part of the thing is there are people that start out genuine. They actually do care, but they get caught up in all the rhetoric and all the bullshit, and they allow themselves to be brought in, and they become part of the issue that they were trying to fight.
Yep. No better example than the Squad. AOC started out being really anti the Democratic Party and really anti the GOP. And within a year, she was calling, what's her name, from San Francisco, Mama Bear. And she had lit into her for her campaign, and I wish I could remember her name. It's not Barbara Boxer, it's the other one. She's the majority leader of the House, I think. But she was caught on tape, on video, during lockdown, when Gary's wife, her salon closed and had to stay closed, and they decided to move from San Francisco. This lady phones up her favorite salon and needs like her tips done, or I don't remember what it was, but right, it was something really
unimportant. Something unimportant, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like, my hair is really shaggy, I need a haircut. It was some kind of, beautification process. And luckily, this lady, even though the congresswoman was a regular account for her, she left all of the webcams running and gave it to CNN or whoever, and they reported that during the lockdown, when nobody else could get their hair done, or if they own, a hair salon, do regular business to save their business, this politician is going out and getting her hair done. And I don't know if the salon owner gave the footage to CNN or whoever it was they gave it to prove that she was a hypocrite, or to show, that all of the hair salons and nail salons, I mean, there's a ton of that kind of thing there. If it was, just to show her out and out hypocrisy, or that the salons that, were by law ordered to lock up and not do business, well, on the other hand, you've got this happening. I'm not sure what the reasons were for the salon owner to make it public, but that kind of thing has been going on for a long time, pre-COVID, all the way back to and before. But a good example is Woodward and Bernstein during Watergate, the Pentagon Papers, the stuff that was given to Julian Assange about the intelligence community and how far off the mark the United States military has been in Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. I'm trying to remember the name of the whistleblower that gave Julian Assange the information.
Good morning, Sherry.
She was trans and became a woman when she was in prison. Chelsea Manning.
Yeah.
That's the one I was thinking of. And when Chelsea was Chris, or whoever it was, I don't remember her original name at the moment, but when she had been leafing through all of this stuff that at the time she was supposed to be sorting or filing or whatever as a private, I think, instead saw, how heinous, these war crimes were, and got them to Julian Assange, who published them after he vetted everything, as a proper white paper, to show the American people what's been done in their name, because of war. I don't even know if they've called anything a war since the Vietnam War, which was a police action, I think.
Correct. There have been a couple, but yeah, they're slow to declare wars. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything that happened during the Bush presidencies, both of them, they weren't wars. They were executive actions that were declared, and we sure hope that our friends will join us so that they could have a what do they call it? I don't remember, but so that they wouldn't be the only guilty party when the War Crimes Tribunal came around. Britain had engaged in war crimes, New Zealand, Australia, France, etc. I mean, everybody that was involved in the what did they call it? The group of countries that joined in. It wasn't part of the United Nations. It was just this thing that the United States decided to do. So it wasn't war. The Guantanamo Bay facility and extraordinary rendition, which is what Chelsea Manning was trying to show. All those photos of people being treated like animals and everything came out, and I'm not sure if it moved the needle at all for the American people. When we're drone striking marriages and weddings and children and things like that. I don't know. It's so far out of our day-to-day lives. Like, I, for one, don't pay attention to news. And I'm a lot more calm as a result. Back when they had the 5 levels of alert, orange and red and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
I mean, come on. What a joke.
And Mountains of Elysium, I like that idea. Put all the politicians, Republican, Democrat, whatever, Squid Game, and give the winner, the survivor, a reward. I don't know, just Not only stop telling him to be a cunt, but actually,
Well, you get to keep your job. How about that?
yeah. How about that? Uh,
Two beings enter, one being leaves.
oh, and yes, thought process. I agree. Countries need to mind their own business sometimes. You're right. Uh, and let's see here. Have a good day, Cam. Hopefully your chiropractor goes well. Let's see here. What was it? Oh, good morning, Sherry. And yes, Aravic I've got it coming up. No, Aravic, you did not miss it. I know you have to go to work soon, so here you go.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just going to have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
I guess Cardinal Sin was kicked out. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard now. I'm gonna have to contact them on that because all of a sudden I stepped away, about ready to get a cup of coffee, see if the noise level was down enough to go in there, and I come back, and of course the clip was done and Cardinal Sin's gone. And I know somebody was kicked out before when the clip was playing, and it's like, what? So if Cardinal Sin, if you were kicked out, I apologize. I don't know what the hell happened. Let's see here. The reward will be for the politician, their old job and minimum wage and benefits so they can see the effect their politics have. The funny thing is, I would like to see a lot of things change, but they won't. They won't. And here we're talking about politics, and I hate talking politics. It's like talking, I don't know. It'd be like Yvette talking about puppets. And welcome back, Cardinal Sin. Thank you, Mountains. Unfortunately with StreamYard, sometimes it's been doing some weird stuff since they updated it. I think they need to fix it. But considering they've made some big changes, I'm not going to complain yet. They can. I'm sorry. I'm going to give them till at least the first of the year before I complain too loud. They have holidays too, so their coders need time. Let's see here.
I apologize. I'm not sure I see the usefulness in a button on your computer that will just immediately turn it off completely.
That's insane.
Yeah, apparently I have to go into the BIOS to switch that off.
Oh, Lord.
So, but I did get a new fancy looking keyboard that goes with the rest of my computer.
Ooh, I like that.
It changes color and all kinds of nifty stuff.
I think it'd drive me crazy. Definitely would drive my autistic nephew nuts. But yeah.
I love it.
Ah,
My computer
that does
has
look
the
cool.
same changing of color on the processor fan.
Wow.
So, and the video card also has the same color. They all change color at more or less the same time in the same color
Cool.
range.
And good morning, Ken Jack Ben, who says greetings and salutations from Vallejo, California. Currently in a trailer.
That's
Cool.
right. I forget that Ken Jack Ben and I both have lived in Vallejo. And hail Mountains of Elysium and Ken Jack Ben and Eric Sonder. When I lived in Vallejo, I was working for an IT company that made Blank Media. It was a Chinese company. Mm-hmm. And my job was to research and write 500 pages of web copy for their website about physical media, CD plus R, DVD minus R, all that kind of thing. And then once I became knowledgeable about it, to sort of rehash everything that I learned and write 500 pages of copy for their website so that their web searches would be higher in Google.
Right.
And that I did. So I had an IP phone at our apartment, and my fiancée Julie would get up, and she had a degree in social welfare, so she had a social worker job there, which is why we moved there. And I would, we would get up, she'd go into the shower, I'd make breakfast and make sure she had a good lunch and send her off. And when she came home, that's when I clocked out, and I made dinner, and it was in a gated community, so if we ever ordered pizza or anything, we had to go, to where the lock was and do the exchange over the fence. I remember we lived on Ascot Parkway, which was really close to Columbus Parkway. Ken Jack Ben will know what I'm talking about this. That we lived on a street that had a really serious, like 90-degree curve, and then it would go downhill. And these Rice Rocket bikers, like 3 o'clock in the morning, no fail, ever. On Friday and Saturday nights would race these motorcycles up and down Columbus Parkway. And I remember going down one Monday, at the end of the hill there was a Starbucks, as well as several other businesses. Mm-hmm. And the cops always hung out there. And I remember asking this police officer, why don't you arrest these people that are breaking, if nothing else, noise ordinance laws, And the reply was, because there'll just be 2 more to replace them. And I thought, A, that was awfully sort of negative thinking for a police officer. And B, that as a citizen, I was just completely powerless to ask for help, with this situation. It wasn't life or limb, I'll admit, but, if you're going to be woken up every Friday and Saturday night at 3 o'clock in the morning, depending on who you are and what your situation is, it could be really important.
Agreed. And good morning, Bird.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Craig.
Kapla.
Kapla. Good morning.
Oh, how is Mama Pray this morning?
She's good. We talked to Nephew O'Prey. We're going to hopefully see him tomorrow for the first time in like a month.
Wow.
Yeah. We're good. Thank you.
How is your midweek?
Seems to be hanging in. Seems like I'm improving.
It's good.
Thank you. Hey, Jason. It's a as hump days go, it's a decent hump day.
Yeah.
Kapla, Richie.
Good morning, Richie Poole. What's going on? Your coffee is only 30 miles away. You need to get a damn coffee maker.
I have an extra coffee maker.
Is there a reason you don't have a coffee maker, Richie Poole? I mean, come on. Coffee is only 30 miles away. You're paying more for coffee.
Ken Jack Ben asked me a question in the chat.
Yes.
Cardinal Sin, can you tell everybody about the minimum length of time properly stored DVDs will last? Also, Blu-rays, how long does the information last on them? I don't know the answer to that one. However, I can say that the CDs that they made in the mid 80s that were made out of gold, they have that gold backing, they have lasted all the way into the 21st century, right up until today. That's not true of all CDs, but most CDs lasted that long. As far as visual media, I can't say.
Commercially printed CDs, which are the vast majority of ones you would buy, should last pretty much forever. The ones that don't last are the rewritable and writable, because those are etched with a laser and the chemical eventually breaks down.
Yeah.
Whereas the other ones are physically printed, and it's just lack of a reflective surface or not. And so if there's no surface, there's no surface. It's a 0. If there is, there's a 1. So those should last. Those could last presumably almost forever.
I've been using Blu-rays to back up information on my hard drives. Just, single layer stuff. And I don't do it because I expect it to last forever, but, a few years anyway. And that way sometimes it's easier to back things up if you've got, movies or stuff that you've cut together, shows, streams, what have you, that aren't system files, those I've successfully used to back up.
To be honest, I don't know that I'd be backing up anything to, whether it be Blu-ray or DVD or any type of physical media. At this point, I would say probably just easier to make 2 copies on a flash drive that's, can be much bigger than a Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
And, having a second copy on a 128 gig SD drive.
The dual backup, better. As you mentioned, is a really good idea. I should be doing that. I really only back up, for instance, the shows that I've done, episodes of Into the Fringe and I Am Not a Number, etc. Those get backed up both to a old school hard drive, mechanical, I guess you'd call it, and to a Blu-ray plus R or minus R. But I understand they won't last forever, but it's easier to move stuff off the hard drive when I know that I've got, a month worth of shows backed up on a Blu-ray or something like that. If you're running out of, room fast, it's a nice possibility.
Ouch, Kinjack Ben. I'm sorry to hear that your coffee maker is storage. Ew. No, see, for me, that would be one of the things that is a must-have. Yeah. Roughing it. That, yeah, definitely. Without coffee is roughing it. Now, it does remind me of with my dad, he used to go deer hunting. And before, it was just literally sleeping like in a bed of a truck, and then going out hunting and then going back and then, whatever. And then as the years went on, he started to stay at this one place. Basically it was a campground, but they would rent, because he would go with a couple of friends. That way, they always knew somebody was there in case something happened. So they'd start staying there, and but that became roughing it. Because the
thing that really bugs me the most
maker,
is when they have artificial coffee, like the stuff that's made from bark.
Oh.
I don't remember the name, but there's a couple of different types of fake coffee, and then there's decaf. And so if you're at for instance, a campground or any kind of gathering, and they get you up and they give you the coffee alternative, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I need real coffee, especially if it's a convention, or some kind of corporate plan to get together. If they have like char root coffee or something like that, I'm like, forget about it. I'll go without.
Ugh.
Yeah, my 35-year-old CDs are as good today as the day they were first played. That's because you stored them correctly. a lot of CDs come in that thing where you press the CD down and it's got the hole and the little things hold it up in the middle. Well, after 35 years, a lot of those break off, and storing them in their original
jewel case.
Yeah, jewel case is not necessarily a good thing to do. I bought a whole box of jewel cases for all the parts in them, for the front that swings open, which you can take off, for the back, which you can remove, and the tray itself. That's generally the thing that's the most well, that and the front that swings open tend to be the ones that are the most damaged. So I insert, new pieces where they're needed, whether it's the back side, the front side, or the tray. And if you're really smart, which I evidently am not, you use a book, a physical media book that has the slots, for your CDs, and then you can take them in the car, put them in the car, and that kind of thing. And those are even better because they don't have those little arms sticking up that can potentially scratch the discs.
And yes, Mountains of Elysium. No jury on earth would convict you for any act.
There's like
exactly.
Charroot coffee, and there's one other thing that you get at like health food stores that's made out of something.
Oh, they have
coffee.
Dandelion tea and
No. I'm talking about something that's specifically made as a coffee alternative.
Yeah.
It's supposed to look like coffee and smell like coffee. Doesn't have any caffeine in it. I don't have time for that. That should be a war crime.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, there was one I saw. I was just curious, and I was looking at it, and it's like, this shit costs more than coffee. Why the hell would I want to pay more?
Let me turn off my camera for a second here.
Oh, and trust me, Ken Jack Ben, I've actually tried the Starbucks instant coffee. I was offered it. I thought, oh, what the heck, I'll try it. Doesn't taste like fresh brewed. There's nothing that beats fresh brewed coffee. Now, granted, the instant coffee like that is still better than like a night shift coffee, but
So you might want to make me big here, Cap.
All right,
Cap.
Taking care of that right now.
So even though I have two Javalia, things to hold coffee in that have a latch that keeps it vacuum packed, so to speak. I always make sure that I have my next bag of coffee, and this one is called Kicking Horse Coffee, and this actual brand is called Smartass.
Ha! Wow. That is something else.
And this is a medium roast, which is the kind from which you'll get the most kick, if you will, out of your coffee. And it actually has a picture. The thing that you can't see in that white dot is actually a picture of a donkey with glasses on, and it's almost exactly like the Nerdrotic logo.
Wow. Oh.
Let me see if I can turn the light off. See if that doesn't. There we go.
Wow. That is something else.
Yeah. So, it's one of those deals where you can squeeze it and smell the coffee beans are roasted. Yeah, you can smell the roast. And something very important when you're buying coffee, obviously, is to get a coffee that smells like you like it, and that it's not old. Sometimes the 8 o'clock bean will be kind of dry, and I like the medium roasts because they're always wet enough that they produce a good cup of coffee, but they're not so dry that it's kind of past its expiration date.
And yes, Richie Pool, decaf coffee is like no alcoholic beer.
Yep. It's like somebody came along and said, you drank coffee and drove, so you can't have coffee anymore. Now you have to have decaf. Captain, I didn't hear your response, if you gave one, to is the matter sufficiently closed and we can move on, or did you want to mention anything else?
Well, as far as that goes, I think it's time to move on.
Cool.
Because dwelling on it's not going to do anything.
Well,
it's not going to improve matters at all. So
I'm a big fan of yours, and I'm someone that has always got your back, and I'm always in your corner and always trying to give you reasons why you should keep going and presenting what I think the community likes about you and your channel, and hopefully it's not just glad handing you, but you're actually getting something out of it, because otherwise I'm just wasting my breath.
It's funny because there have been times that it's like I hear it. I believe that people are being genuine when they say it. And
but you don't believe it.
But I don't quite believe it. No.
You don't know that they believe what they're saying is true.
Yeah.
They're just being generally positive.
Right.
Well, I can tell you that's bullshit. People wouldn't say those things if they didn't care. If they didn't care, they would just be quiet and go on to the next topic, or say,
sure.
"Oh, come on, it's not that big a deal. Shut up." Which nobody tells you.
No.
There have been other channels. Again, I won't mention them, but there have been other channels that the proprietor, I guess, the content creator, felt that way, and didn't get huge outpourings of support, attaboys, pats on the back, that kind of thing. Keep it up. I would recommend, if my recommendations still hold any weight with you, that you take them at face value.
I will.
And that face value is just, don't worry about it, Keep that smile on your face and keep on going. I mean, you and I both have really good reasons to bitch and moan, complain, but we tend not to. We tend to find something positive to say. And I think, hail John Grammaticus, good morning. I think...
I never can say that name, so I just always say good morning, John.
Grammaticus? You can't say Grammaticus?
I have a hard time saying that.
Grammaticus.
Grammaticus. Okay.
There you go. Grammaticus. Just like Spartacus. Grammaticus. Have you seen Spartacus, by the way?
Oh.
The TV show?
No, I have not.
Really, really good show. It was a Stars show and has both beefcake and cheesecake, so you can watch it with your girlfriend. Or, significant other, what have you. But it's toxic in the sense that, it shows full frontal nudity of both men and women, which is why it was on Stars. But the story is important, and any gratuitous violence that's involved is actually germane to the plot. Even though it's gratuitous, it's still germane to the plot.
Is that one you've seen, Bird? Or
I can't see because I'm all big.
Oh, sorry. Let me get this. Bird, is that one that you've seen? I know you have a lot of
Spartacus, Blood and Sand.
I don't think so.
I used to have a stand-up of it for many years until I sold it this year to someone from Rome, actually, someone who's a Roman history teacher. But it started out with Andy Whitfield, who was Spartacus, and he was really good. And then he got cancer, and he was fighting cancer, and they did a prequel called Gods of the Arena, and they were using that to give Andy Whitfield time to beat cancer and get back up on the horse, which unfortunately he didn't. He passed, and then they had a new guy become Spartacus for I think the third season, and then they did a fourth season, and then they canceled it. But yeah, it was a great show, really good. I liked it better than Rome, actually, if you've seen Rome.
You definitely see a lot of different shows and movies.
Indeed. Again, you have to keep in mind, as a writer and as a screenwriter, I fall for shows that have good writing.
Oh yeah.
Especially if they're genre shows, but Spartacus is kind of a on one hand it's a history, sort of largely using dramatic license, but it's sort of history to one degree, and also drama, and it's also part of the sword and sandals genre. So it is genre fiction of a sort. But nothing has gone this drilled down this much into the personal lives of the people that historically rebelled against the system following Spartacus, who were, Roman trained gladiators who could kick the ass of any given soldier, member of the Roman military. And that is exactly how Spartacus and his band of gladiators avoided the Roman army. And I'm embarrassed that I don't remember the name for the Roman army. But they lived off the land. They didn't kill people that had farms. They asked people that had farms, "Hey, we're fighting the power. Can you help feed us?" Things like that. So they weren't evil people. They weren't, they were just slaves. Spartacus wasn't even his real name. He was from Macedonia. But it's an involved series. It gets into the daily lives of several characters that you come to empathize with, even ones that are bad guys, maybe. And it's a really thorough series. I recommend it very highly. But Captain, you're right. Absolutely, I like anything that's well written. Lawrence of Arabia is a favorite of mine. It's just got incredible everything. I used to have it on Laserdisc, and it was amazing. The remastered color has Peter O'Toole's blue eyes popping out. It's just amazing. That movie's like 75 years old now?
Wow. Damn.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
Impossible, yeah.
Yeah. Right around 39, when, I think that's when, somebody else is going to correct me, but that's fine. When Wizard of Oz came out, and then they did the color when they got to Oz. I think that's around when maybe a little later some of the better color pictures came in. But Lawrence of Arabia was excuse me, one of the first films that I thought was just amazing. And I'm certainly there are some excellent black and white films from that era that I also enjoy. I really like film noir, like all the Sam Spade movies, Mike Hammer, certainly anything with Bogart in it, Humphrey Bogart. I think the best of those movies is probably The Maltese Falcon. Any of those movies that might have Peter Lorre in them, he's like one of my favorites. I always want to have like a Peter Lorre film festival, and then a Bela Lugosi film festival, because he really got divergent from just playing Dracula, although probably at least at the beginning with some difficulty, because that's what he had been doing for his entire acting career up to that point. But
before you leave,
he ended up.
Aravic, I have I'm sorry to interrupt, since Aravic's going to be leaving. Hopefully you have a good day at work, and you should have mentioned Star Trek. You should have mentioned Star Trek.
I can understand why he didn't.
I'm talking just in passing,
Yeah.
You know,
However, the Romulus and Remus thing is from history. It's not just
correct.
from Star Trek.
No, I know, but it would have been, I would say, an example of how history influences media. In that, at least when there was actual writing involved.
Yeah. Real storytelling. # real storytelling.
And you have a good day, Eric. And he says, I will next time for sure then. Like I said, like I said, that way they also get to know you better as well. As you're the teacher, but you want a connection with them. There may be people who you want some of your students who like Star Trek,
or maybe you can turn someone on to Star Trek.
Exactly.
I don't know, Bird. What do you think? You've been kind of silent for a little bit. Probably because I've been talking my ass off.
What was the question?
What did you think about what Eric Sonder had to say?
Eric was talking about. In fact, I'll highlight it for you.
About it was all he could do not to talk about Star Trek when he was telling someone yesterday about how Rome was founded and Romulus and Remus.
Yeah, had to teach a lesson on the founding of Rome with Romulus and Remus yesterday. It took all I had, not to mention Trek.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, obviously, Romulans are not my favorite part of Trek. But
well, yeah. But Romulus and Remus being wolves, twin wolves, I think, that came to symbolize Roman society.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, borrowed a lot from, literally from Rome. The Romulans were modern Rome when we saw them on screen for the first time. So.
Every time I see an episode of the original series where, there's one episode where there's gladiatorial games and they're televised. And then there's another episode where, they're in Nazi uniform, things like that.
Patterns of Force.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Those episodes, I'm just like facepalm, How did Roman culture get this far out into space? And, a piece of the action. Why is there a planet that's based on mafia?
Comes up again and again.
Yeah, and I facepalm every time. I'm like, we're out here to find strange new worlds, not worlds that resemble our world. Although, I will say this, for a piece of the action, Fizbin is awesome. Triple Fizbin.
Well, at least with those two examples that you gave, it was human interference which caused the issues.
Yeah.
It
was human interference which caused patterns of force and the Fizbin planet. Mm-hmm. The Roman planet wasn't really human interference.
That was
they were already there.
The starship captain that kind of went off the deep end, right?
Yeah, but he didn't cause them to become Rome.
No.
They were already Rome.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
he just became the emperor.
He just knew how to play the game.
Does
but
your
he didn't create the game?
Actually, Bird of Prey 5, does your avatar blink once in a while?
Yep.
No.
Oh, okay. Cool. Because I saw it and I was like, am I seeing something? That's pretty. How'd you get it to do that? Do you control the blink?
I mean, it winks when it wants to.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah, you can do an animated avatar if your Google account has an animated avatar.
That's very
And that's a
interesting. I did not know
big
that.
thanks to number one, previously number one sci-fi.
Brothers raised by a wolf. Yeah, whatever. Same thing. Wolves, brothers. You know. I'm kidding. Markrell.
And good afternoon, Mar.
Appreciate the correction. I really do.
And good morning,
I would
Crimson
prefer
Mist.
to be correct than save face anytime. Morning, Crimson Mist.
How is life in the great state of Utah, Crimson Mist?
Apply, Crimson.
I'm interested in getting Crimson Mist on my channel.
Oh, you
soon.
definitely should.
Yeah.
Have you heard of his podcast that he has every week?
Maybe. What's it called?
It's he has a radio show that's on, and if you're able to, Crimson, I would appreciate it if you could put in the link to it. Oh dear God, I can't remember. Let me look.
I may have heard of it. I think I've heard of it.
Confluence, I believe. I can't.
It doesn't ring a bell.
But it's off platform. But which I wish it could be broadcast onto YouTube as well, because I think that would definitely increase the traffic over to that website, as well as YouTube. So
YouTube centric.
Yep.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get an RSS feed so that I can make podcasts of my shows and other stuff on my channel. Very early in my channel's existence, somebody posted a chat question. Do you have an RSS feed so that I can listen, when I'm driving or making dinner or whatever? And I was like, no, but I really should have one. I just don't know how.
I'm going to have to figure that out as well. But, yeah, it'll take time. And good afternoon, Mar.
A wonderful good hello to everyone. Sorry I'm late.
Hello there.
You sound like you feel like shit.
I'm still catching my breath. I'm sorry.
Confluence on Mixler. That's it. See, I radio Confluence. Ha!
Mixler?
Yes.
What's Mixler? Is that a platform? Is that a podcatcher?
Yeah, a podcast. Yeah. A lot of them do radio broadcasts. I haven't checked out all of them that are there. And as Crimson Mist said, it's a work in progress.
I've been listening to what's his name? Doug Nelson, who is the creator of Night Night, the comic, and Sun King as well. But these are just the first two episodes of Night Night, which is his Batman sort of generic thing. And he does a podcast on RadioMisfits.com, which is hysterical. So yeah, I need to get the information from Crimson Mist so I can get his on as well.
And Cardinal Sin, sorry for correcting you before. It's a habit.
Like I said, I would prefer to be corrected than to be, in the dark.
In the dark.
I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, I knew that at one time, and I've just forgotten it. So I appreciate the reminding.
Well, I have absolutely no idea how history is taught in the U.S. Here in Germany, we have this part of history in school. So I thought I better.
They don't teach classics in America until you get to
I
college.
I thought I better correct it before someone says, "But in Captain Trek they said it was wolves."
Right. Well done. Well done. So, Captain, was there something in particular that you were interested in covering, or can we just throw stuff out there?
No, it's usual day. We'll just throw stuff out there.
Cool. So, I picked up. There's all this Ghostbusters stuff going on. I picked up the 2009 PlayStation 3 game in which Harold Ramis appears. The only person who's not in this game as a voice actor is Rick Moranis. And, standard PS3 stuff. I have a PS3. I have a PS4 on the way, allegedly. But I thought this would be fun to, check out and see what was going on with that.
What? You haven't played it yet?
No, actually, I haven't. The only games that I've played on the PlayStation 3 are Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. I've played a little bit of Dishonored and a little bit of Wolfenstein, but I couldn't figure out how the controls worked in Wolfenstein. The cool thing about Fallout 3 and New Vegas is that they have the exact same controls. Now, in waiting for the Fallout, or not Fallout, the PS4 to arrive, I have purchased some product in advance for that. This being Cyberpunk 2077.
Woo! Wow.
I can't play games on the PC because the keyboard and my fingers just don't communicate well. I picked up Fallout 4, the Game of the Year edition, which is why I'm buying a PS4.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking forward to playing that. And I think that's about it. Do any of you have experience playing any of those games and or on the PS4?
I used to own a PS1, but that's about
I also have
I do.
Fallout 4 and The Outer Worlds on my PC, but again, I even with a gaming keyboard, I just don't have that many fingers. You have to have like 19 and a half fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up on a Commodore 64. I'm a one button, one joystick guy. So the PlayStation controller. Uh-oh. I'm still here.
Oh no, we fell to the ground. Someone lift us up. Please.
Wow. fall on a moment's notice.
Wow.
And now he's gone. Is he gone?
I think he's frozen. And Richie Poole says, my coffee is only 5 minutes away now.
Well, for me, I never made it to the PS. I'm more an Xbox guy, but that is because of Halo.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't supposed to come out for the PS or PC anymore. So I said, okay, I like that game, so fuck it, I got an Xbox. But everything else, the other games that Cardinal Sin just showed us, I all have at least played on the PC. Well, Ghostbusters, I still have that one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll throw it on and make a little gameplay next time on a stream.
Oh.
As I'm not sure how long you still will be streaming, otherwise I can do it right now.
I mean, you could do it now. It's, we're not in any hurry. And unfortunately, see, the funny thing is, if I have shorter streams, people don't watch them for some reason.
Understandable. It's understandable. I mean,
really? Why is that?
Only half an hour of Captain Trick? No, fuck that. I'm not watching it if it is that short. People need someone, or some of us need something they can watch for a longer time. And
True.
Not just some minutes. So I can completely understand that. And then sometimes you are that long that I say, okay, I'll start watching it. But then I make a break for Bird of Prey. Then I keep going on watching you.
Oh, and that would explain some of the what do you call it? Analytics, yeah.
Welcome back, Cardinal.
Yes, welcome back.
Sorry about that. Again, I don't see the use of a button on your computer or your keyboard that just shuts the whole thing down. God forbid that should happen when I'm streaming. And it's not like this is a big help because everyone knows what a PlayStation 3 controller looks like. But,
Wow.
Going left, right, forward, back with both of those and having 2 ways to shoot and, various other things is easy for me to do once I was trained how to do that. I understand that the PlayStation 4 controller is much, much harder to learn. And it's not the same in every game. It would make a lot more sense if it were the same in every game. That way, no matter what you play, you're good at it because you already understand how the controls work. But no, they had to go and make it harder. Actually, my PlayStation 4 might arrive today.
Has that something to do with controllers being sexualized now?
Being what?
Controllers being sexualized now. There was the thing last year or the year before where they said, yeah, well, we need to have female controllers. And I was like, what?
Whatever. Speaking of weird
We
stuff,
do, but they're not for video games. So yeah.
I picked
Speaking
up
of weird stuff,
an interesting thing. Now watch, this is gonna offline me. And I will let you guys say what it is once you know, based on what you can tell.
let me go ahead.
It's a new toy for me.
Cool.
The headphones may make this difficult, but
I don't think I could do a VR headset. I don't know.
this is an Oculus Rift S. And I've been looking forward to having one of these for a long time. VR is something that they've promised for decades and really hasn't been the real VR the whole time until recently. These are little joysticks that go along with the helmet. I look like Davros now, don't I? Anyway, so you hold these out, and it's got different buttons that you can push. There are 2 on the inside, along with a little left, right, back, forward controller on each one. So you can kind of, I think it has cameras on these. VR chat, yeah, could do VR chat. And there are buttons in front and buttons in here. So you can kind of guide where you're going, or give the VR set more information as to your movement. This one is not wireless, which is why I got it half price from a friend of mine. And I've understood that there is Oculus Rift software that you can download directly to your PC, and it will know what to do. So, looking forward to some VR stuff.
Understandable. I have some Star Wars games that also work in VR on my PC.
Oh, yeah?
And I would love to play them, but I just can't buy one of those VR sets. Way too expensive here in Germany.
This one, the Oculus Rift S, as in Sam, may be coming down because the wireless one is all the rage now, and I can see why. This one's got like 2 different sets of wires over there, so this one's not packing incorrectly for some reason. It's got a really thick manual. Again, not something I'm looking forward to. I am not an RTFM kind of person. I learned by people showing me how something works, generally speaking.
Yeah.
I'm a kinesthetic learner. Kinesthetic.
And I'm sorry, Stanley, but only around 300. Only in 300 just don't go together for me.
Only in 300?
Yeah, that's just
The movie?
no. Only around $300 for those these days. Yeah, it's like, no, thank you.
Yeah, that's a little pricey. I got this for $150, and it's almost completely brand new. Except I can't shut it.
Oh, Stan Lee, a cheap gaming monitor. I got my 27-inch one for 150 euros. But the last time I've checked for VR stuff, the complete set was at 999 euros.
$9.99?
Yep.
Holy crap! I should just buy one and send one over. Jeez. Anyway, looking forward to that. I realize that was kind of a big fat hairy deal, but looking forward to cracking that open when I get a chance. I've just
Absolutely
been spending so much time on my channel and everything that and showing up on other people's channels, which I think is important. One of my maxims as a content creator is there's no better way to get subscribers than to be on other people's channels.
that's true. What I find funny is, the majority of the people that have subscribed to me have come from either Bird of Prey's channel or Salty Trucker. There've been a few from Doomcock,
Maybe my channel,
and your channel, yeah, as well. So I mean, it's I'm sure I've gotten some from Chris as well. So that's, we've met, different people.
Well, and that's one of the cool things about what you and PJ of Orville Nation say, and many of us think about the whole We Grow Together thing.
Yeah.
Is those of us that do think alike, or at least have a finger in that Venn diagram that I was talking about earlier, the fan Venn diagram.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you're a fan of Dune the book, or Dune the David Lynch movie, or Dune the Denis Villeneuve movie, which I still have yet to see, or maybe you're even a fan of Children of Dune, or the Sci-Fi Channel version, or whatever. We're all linked by the fact that we enjoy Dune. Those of us that do, anyway. So, it's something that keeps us all connected, and those of us that are interested in Star Trek, there's one more part of the Venn diagram. Battlestar Galactica, what have you, all the different stuff. Captain, you mentioned earlier that you were surprised that I was into so many different genres. I just like good books, good stories, good movies, good television. I'm kind of an elitist in the sense that I've never liked popular stuff, with the exception of Seinfeld, maybe. But I've never been into Friends. I've never been into... I've never even seen The Big Bang Theory, which I'm told is really smart and people that are smart would like.
Well, I know
You
the
know.
first few seasons were, and then it got popular. Because obviously they went away from the nerd factor for a lot of it, from what I hear. So, and Joseph, I read manuals. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not a typical man.
I don't know how typical it is, but I have a really hard time learning doing the RTFM thing. If somebody shows me how something works, I learn it for life. You know, it's like a teach a man to fish type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Since the advent of the video toaster, I've been trying to figure out how nonlinear video editing works. But when I got a channel and I had to learn video editing, it became not just an interest but a need. I figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
It wasn't any big deal. I thought the learning curve was going to be really high, and it probably is. I mean, I don't use a lot of the things that are available in Power Director 365 by Cyberlink, for example. But the reason that I bought a vanilla MacBook from 2006 is that it came with Final Cut 4, which was a nonlinear video editor, and the guy that sold it to me was so fast in demonstrating everything. I couldn't write it down. I couldn't even take video because I just wouldn't have understood it. But now if I go back and I try to do it, I'm sure it'll be second nature to me. But that's not the way it is for a lot of programs. A lot of programs I really, really have to watch tutorials and have somebody show me and kind of go over it over and over, which is why my YouTube channel looks as bland as it does.
Oh, yes. Wait a minute. Says, jokes aside, instead of reading manuals, I watch videos on YouTube.
There you go.
I know a lot of people do.
One thing it's interesting about, God, I'm trying to remember what it is. It might be YouTube, actually. But one of these companies that, people who are content creators will have to know their stuff, keep their tutorials really short, like under a minute in some cases.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny because
is that the 2009 game?
Yep.
That's cool. At least we know Bill Murray's in this one. One of the things I'm interested to see about Afterlife is how much of the movie Bill Murray is in.
Well, I could tell you, but
No, I'd rather you didn't.
that's what I thought.
Is your mic up all the way?
Yes, it is.
Or are you as close to your mic as you can get?
Not really. I have it over my mouth a little bit so you don't hear me breathing hard at the moment.
I see.
Better?
Yeah, that's good.
I'd have something to do with this game that I know.
You're roboting out a little bit. And now Bird of Prey 5 is in control of all he surveys.
Oh.
Like the way it should be.
Yes.
Ghostbusters.
Ernie Hudson. Good. Oh, that's cool. You know, I heard the reason that Bill Murray couldn't be brought to a Ghostbusters 3 until now was that he had a long-standing problem with Harold Ramis. The two of them actually got into a fist fight on the set of Ghostbusters 2, and apparently at least what I heard was that Bill Murray held a grudge against Harold Ramis until he died. Bird, can you confirm or deny?
I can confirm that I heard the same rumor, possibly from you. So I can say as conclusive proof, the rumor is out there.
It's out there because I put it out there and referenced it.
And it's been referenced again. So
one thing I will say for the 2016 film, the special effects were great. One more thing I'll say for the 2016 film is, as horrible and stupid as it was, when they had Chris Hemsworth as the dumb blonde secretary, instead, you know, they were having fun with the
it's kind of weird.
Gender swap. But when he became hypnotized and he was dancing, he was possessed by some sort of, you know, demon or something. I don't remember what it was. But there was like a fire department and an entire police force ready to bring him down. And somehow he had enthralled them, and he was doing this dance, and then they would do the dance. It was sort of like maybe they were doing a takeoff on Thriller a little bit. But that guy can fucking dance, man. Chris Hemsworth's got the moves. Everybody that they hired to be in the police and the fire department, I'm sure, were dancers. But that guy can really move. They might have had to teach him how. I don't know. But he's a very multi-talented actor.
Well, I don't recall him. I mean, I do recall there being dancing, but I don't. I guess
yeah, there's a scene where he's up on a higher part of a building, not a balcony, but it's like there's gargoyles carved into it or something. Right. And he's I don't remember if he has a megaphone or anything, but he's somehow possessed, and he's got all of these firemen and police people under his thrall, and he does like a really difficult dance move, and then all of them do the same really difficult dance move, and then they're all just dancing, and I was just really surprised at how good a dancer Chris Hemsworth is. It's nothing that, you know, comes into play in any of his other movies. Thor is kind of a straight up and down, if you will, character. He's really stiff, and I guess I haven't seen Chris Hemsworth in anything else that was such a wide, broad comparison to Thor, as, you know, how stiff he is and how, you know, straightforward. But in the 2016 movie, he really shows his stuff. That's pretty cool. Mar, how are you showing the PlayStation 3 game on your computer?
It's a PC game.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Have you finished it?
Yep.
Is
Oh,
it fun?
actually, yes.
Cool.
It sometimes gets a little bit harder, especially on the higher levels, because there are just too many ghosts that show up.
Who are you gonna call?
Krill! No, Ghostbusters, of course.
I don't remember if they used that song in the 2016 film, but I'd be really surprised if they didn't use it in Ghostbusters Afterlife. At least as like, they find this really old video game and it has a little tinny speaker that goes dee 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 dee. That actually might be the best usage of it. Okay, so Mar, how do I play a PC game and use it as the window that I serve up to Captain Trek?
I use OBS.
Are you just running a dual display or something?
No, not the player. It's actually I'm playing with Ray, and we are trying to get this or war out this ghost
You're playing with who?
with Ray.
Rafe?
Ray.
Ray.
And I'm showing it on OBS.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. I don't know anything about OBS because I was told
Fucking trap.
it's more trouble than it's worth.
Nine.
But I do like the special effects.
Get in the trap.
I'll have fun playing that on my 4K TV.
Aha. There we go.
I have a 50-inch 4K TV, and just yesterday figured out how to play Blu-rays from different regions, and it is a region-free DVD player, so I can play 4K UHD stuff from any part of the world, which I'm looking forward to doing. So, Captain, any other questions about genres that I'm interested in?
None come to mind offhand. And anyone who's in the chat, you're more than welcome to come on and join us if you want.
You might be surprised to learn that I wrote a dozen fantasy role-playing games.
Wow.
Any good ones?
Yeah, I think so. I remember, again, not to, puff myself up or anything, but just to answer your question, when I was 16, again, I live in a college town, Lawrence, Kansas, where the University of Kansas is. I went up to the student union, and on Thursdays at 7:30 in the trail room, which was on the second floor, they had like just generic role-playing night. They didn't call it anything. And I'd mostly been playing, AD&D, and got kind of tired of the same thing. So I wrote a kind of a Star Wars-ish game called Futura, and I wrote a Champions kind of game called Immortals that was a superhero game. and various other games. And the first night that I went up there was a guy with long hair and a really long beard, and he had 24 people around him in a table or a couple tables. And I couldn't play. I couldn't get him to acknowledge me. He totally ignored me. I asked, like, is there a way I can get in or anything? And he only responded to the caller. He was being a total jackass. So the next week I showed up early, and I had plenty of character sheets for Futura, and I sat down at the other table, which had 24 seats around it, and I just laid out pencils and character sheets, and people showed up early and wanted to know how to roll up characters, so I showed them, and by the time the dungeon master showed up, I had 24 people around my table, and he sat at the other table all by himself, while everybody else who were college students were playing, this 16-year-old guy's futuristic game. So, fuck that guy. One of the games that I wrote was it was called Mind Jammer, and it had to do with mental energy and psychic phenomena. I think it was probably after I'd seen Scanners that I wrote that one. I did another one that was I think I just called it the Road Warrior, but it was an aftermath type game. We played the hell out of that one.
Good. Let's see here. Well, it's funny you ask that, Six. It's funny you ask that because there's a possibility. I'm not guaranteeing anything. There's a possibility Tom could join us.
Cool.
So,
has the featured channel been Cardinal Sin yet?
Not yet. Not yet. It's already on the schedule.
Cool.
I made up this schedule a couple months ago, and it was listing all these channels that I actually listen to and watch and like. And it just happens, like I said, there was one channel that I changed on the date because of, well, actually technically two. I just swapped them because I moved it to Sunday because that's when I was streaming on Sunday. Absolutely. And so I just put Vile Mike on because that's two streamers on after mine. I figured might as well put him as the featured channel. So that was the only time I made a change since I made the original schedule. And it's, it's been on there, and all of a sudden it's like, because I got a message from Tom going, what's going on? And
yeah.
So I told him about it, and he's like, oh, cool.
I might be able to be there.
That is absolutely cool.
Well, make sure and send me a link or let me know, and I will promote the heck out of the day in which youtube.com/cardinalsin is the featured channel.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact,
we'll bring a raid on Captain Trek's channel.
Let me see. Do I have that on my list? I want to make sure I didn't actually accidentally already have it, because that. Okay, no. No, okay, because I've already had. The funny thing is, apparently, and I didn't figure this out until Doomcock's Doomcock was the featured channel. Apparently, it shows up if somebody searches for it. This stream shows up, and it's like, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you put it in the tag or you hashtag it, it'll show up.
I actually didn't hashtag it. Let's see here now.
You could put like hashtag Doomcock was right or something like that.
Actually, currently it's December 15th. I could change it.
That's 6 months before his birthday exactly.
Before whose birthday?
Doomcock.
I met you're on December 15th, but
oh, I thought you said Doomcock was.
Oh no. Doomcock was I didn't know his birthday was June 15th. Wow, that's cool.
May 15th.
May 15th. Okay.
Both he and Robert Meyer Burnett are May 15th. And yet they have never streamed together on the same, day for their birthday. I don't know that they've ever streamed together other than being on like Midnight's Edge as guests.
Let's see here. Good morning, the Catman, aka D.D. Myers. Good afternoon, Dr. Alex. Let's see here, Dr. Alex. Actually, let's see here. I believe you were already. Unless nope, you're on the backup list right now.
Nietzsche says, "Oh, I thought the featured channel was Cardinal Sin." But rim shot. Anytime I'm on,
you know how to come on here.
Channel.
Yes, you know how to come on here. Actually, I've gone through December 15th. For
That's
the
a lot
channel.
Of featured channels.
And so that was from, actually, I could tell you the date I started it, which is the good thing. It was actually in September 28th was the first one. So October was really the first that I started doing it. So October, November, December. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. We're in December now.
Yeah. Oh, I can take that off that list too.
I'm not so good with days and dates.
Now, is there a particular date that would be good for you, Dr. Alex?
Any date with a beautiful lady.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Ha! Ha!
Oh, please.
Oh. No, trust me, it's better than the dad jokes we were getting yesterday. Oh, my God. Those were god-awful. Not that I don't like the people who were doing them, but yeah.
Is Ghostbusters Afterlife in full release now?
I believe it is. I mean, theaters, yes.
Have there been any mentions of a game affiliated with it?
I've not heard any, but gaming is not my forte. I don't have a computer capable of running anything like that.
Does anybody know how well it's doing? Did it make its money back? Is it making a splash? Is it tepid?
So far, I've heard that it's not quite doing as well as was hoped.
Mm-hmm.
But, of course, the
Christmas season will help.
Yeah. The 2016 supporters are, all bitching about it.
They're all bent out of shape.
It's like, come on, really?
I saw the movie for free, and it didn't bother me too much until a certain point. I understood that they were reversing the whole the women get paid less. They're, expected not to be as good as men in many respects and blah, blah, blah. And they had turned that on its ear and making Christopher Hemsworth, the dumb blonde secretary. But he was really hot. I got that. It wasn't enough to make me, throw up or anything. I didn't really like the tall gal. What's her name?
Oh, me and names are not.
Yeah. Leslie Jones. I didn't really care for her. The rest of the cast didn't bother me. The only problem that I had with the character that comes up with all the scientific guns and stuff like that was that we weren't given any backstory about why she's so good with coming up with all that kind of stuff. But, it's a popcorn movie, doesn't require a whole lot of thought. But yeah, what really impressed me was the whole Chris Hemsworth dancing thing. I thought that was like almost worthy of redeeming the movie. Not quite, but almost.
Yeah, not really.
The only thing I don't like about Leslie Jones is what Yitza said.
Mm-hmm. Like I said.
Saturday 4th.
What about it?
Is it December 4th? Okay. I'll make the change right now to the schedule.
There's Slimer.
Let's see here now. Okay, that one I can actually change easily. Because I could just move him to the 6th. I had to open up the 6th for a reason. Copy. And paste. And let's see here now. Let's make Dr. Alex. There we go. Copy. And where'd it go? Paste. Okay, you're officially December 4th.
Got him.
And what are you playing now, Mar?
Fishing Slimer. Oh, that's trap. Good. Get in there, Slimer.
Yeah.
Come on. Be a good boy. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would call the Ghostbusters if the place looks like that afterwards.
I don't think so. I would think that word would get out that your place looks wasted after it, and just leave the ghosts or leave.
Unless it's a winning condition or something like that.
Oh, let's see here. You can always short out the electrical sockets. I mean, suddenly having an electrical fire. Things happen. But I would never actually recommend anyone doing that. That would be illegal. But we're talking a video game, so why not?
Well, I mean, I would never recommend that anyone goes around running over people in their car and shooting people from their car, but I think, isn't it true that what is the name of that game? Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, yes. Grand Theft Auto.
Isn't it true that Grand Theft Auto has made like $1 billion in every incarnation?
At least, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't think it's true, and I can't see how they can prove that people, even young people whose brains aren't, fully formed and don't have a proper thought process about actions and consequences. I don't think that they're led to do anything by movies or video games or anything. I mean, people that play video games understand it's fantasy. And if anything, I think it helps get the sort of violence out in a way that doesn't hurt anybody. I do remember hearing that what's the game that's really popular where you're a sniper?
Oh, Bird.
You know what I'm talking about?
You should know that. You're good at getting shot. Video games.
Anyway, whatever that game is, I understand that it was at least partially funded by the U.S. Army because they made the controls almost identical to the way a sniper actually shoots.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do have somebody backstage, and I would like to welcome Tom to the stream.
Hello. Somebody told me you guys were talking about Midnight's Edge After Dark. Hopefully it was all bad stuff.
Only when you're on, Tom. Only when you're on.
Okay.
No, actually, I was earlier. I was talking about how being on there before when I was actually on camera. How
no,
we're actually supportive.
You were on camera?
Yep. It was on a members only stream. So yeah.
Oh, right.
It's kind of fun.
So what's everybody up to today besides bad mouth of Midnight's Edge After Dark?
No one was bad mouthing you, Tom.
I figured as much. Hey, I know Bird of Prey. How you doing?
How you doing?
Oh my goodness, what's wrong with your microphone?
Ever since
you sound better now.
No.
Yeah, it's
shit. Okay.
It's
I'll be back.
Sounds like you're talking through a microwave.
You're under the sea.
Through a microwave that's attached to a fax machine that's attached to a juicer that goes out to a satellite dish that no longer works.
And I know Cardinal, but I'm trying to think. Have I met you before, Mar?
I'm sure you met Mar.
I
Mar
think so.
and
The name
Rosetta.
yeah.
Yeah, we was on stream once in a while.
Okay, now I kind of recognize the voice. Okay.
He's German, so you gotta forgive him for his accent.
You have to forgive
For
me.
his
I stream with so many
trespasses.
people. It's like sometimes I got to keep everybody straight.
I don't know if you can say that now, Tom. Might offend somebody.
God forbid.
Keep somebody straight, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
They can be bi if they want to be.
So, Captain Trek, you was on Midnight's Edge After Dark on camera. How did that turn out?
Well, fortunately, it was a members only stream, so it was just I'd say it turned out well. It was fun.
Oh shit!
No, it was fine.
I'm sorry, Tom. My my credit card changed, and my membership to Midnight's Edge ran out.
Oh, that's no problem. It happens.
It's less than a month ago, but I still have yet to correct that mistake.
That's okay. You can just put your money in an envelope and send it right to him.
Yep, absolutely. Tom will gladly accept any payments.
I'll do it, and I'll put in my my PIN and my social security number.
Better include an extra month for next time.
Absolutely.
In cash.
Yeah, of course.
We also accept blood types and the passports as well. Anything that
crypto.
Yeah, I don't understand that business. So how you doing, Bird of Prey? I know you had a bit of a health scare recently.
Yeah, I could say that. I am doing good, thank you.
I'm glad to hear.
A lot of people came together to help get me on a path again. Help get a new wheelchair set up. That's still in the works, but it's coming, thankfully. Got help find me a cardiologist, which was the biggest of the big issues, and the entire community here is just amazing.
Bird, is there a GoFundMe or anything that you can?
No, we're good.
Okay,
we're good. Thank you. The
it was actually
GoFundMe has passed.
The GoFundMe was actually started by Orville Nation for that, and
heavily pushed by a certain captain on this channel.
And a few others I streamed
I think
on.
I donated to that.
Yes, quite a
earlier.
Few. Large and small channels. Everybody helped. I am beyond humbled.
Well, I'm just glad to hear you're on the road to recovery.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Unfortunately, Star Trek Discovery will kill me. And,
I can't believe that your doctor hasn't advised you not to watch it yet.
They have. I
really?
don't necessarily listen to all my doctor's advice.
Well, that's one of those things you should probably listen to.
I think it's why it's called practicing medicine. They don't
overstrain yourself. Don't stay up too late. Don't watch Star Trek Discovery.
Borrow a Doomcock helmet, so if your blood pressure gets to 450 over 300.
I keep checking the blood pressure. There won't be a blood pressure issue.
So, what did you think of their
brain?
What did you think of their little song and dance about, the whole Netflix deal overseas, and then them giving it away for free, trying to make
Pluto ridiculous. I mean, if we needed any other proof that it wasn't making any money, it was Netflix saying goodbye, get out, we don't want you.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, but we're gonna put it for everybody. Meanwhile, you release it, you don't even have a plan for how your fans and
they don't even have a plan about how they're gonna write it or shoot it. So why change now?
Well, this is their typical move. Yeah. They're always playing catch up with business. Because we were reporting on this months ago that Netflix had backed out of the deal. We're starting to hear more and more, even more official stuff that's in line with a lot of the stuff we were reporting as well. Like now we're starting to hear, not only did they shoot the last 2 seasons together, they're talking about splitting this one up again, but in a different way than they'd already talked about. Because now they're talking about splitting it up in the last 3 episodes, putting it into a movie. So it's this whole...
It sounds great to me. The less Star Trek Discovery I have to deal with, the better. And hail Dr. Alex.
Hello. I was surprised.
Good afternoon, Dr. Alex.
If you can turn up your mic, that would help.
Oh, is it not picking up?
There's a bit better.
That's
there,
better.
You're better.
Okay, I thought it would be better than that. Okay. That's weird. Okay, now you can hear me. Yay.
Microphones like to be in your mouth.
Unfortunately, yes.
Well,
Yeah, I keep telling people on Cardinalson and Friends on Sundays, my panel show, to which Tom has appeared occasionally, to eat the mic.
Mm.
Yes, unfortunately, Sundays are like one of my few days that most of the day I actually have to do shit around the house and get things done. So it's like, it's a tough one. So
Yeah.
Yeah, even Tom needs to take a breath and get some rest.
Oh,
I wouldn't even call it.
By the way,
that
I don't know if this is something that you've already talked about or you'd rather not talk about, but I didn't ever get the lowdown on why Rob was no longer part of Midnight's Edge. So if it's appropriate to discuss, please do. If it's inappropriate to discuss, please tell me to shut the fuck up.
Well, it's not really my place per se, but I know he had made some decisions, and Andre and him had spoke, and the short version is after that, Andre reached out to him a few times, and he never heard back. Although the other side of the story is that Andre ghosted him. That's not the case. So, yeah, take that as you will. I wish him the best.
So he left without a note, basically.
Pretty much.
Any idea why on your part?
Yeah. I think it's pretty obvious, you know. So.
Well, he didn't want to be there anymore?
No, it's pretty much he got cucked out by a red-haired land whale. But yeah, anyway, you know.
Well, that was in no way awkward.
Well, I think we all know
still
who we're
have no
talking
idea
about.
who
You
it
know what?
is,
She said plenty of shitty things about me, so you know. I think we all know. We're talking about.
I understand. I understand completely. Yep. I think
We're
we
not
could
talking
say
about Mecca, are we?
I think we can say it. You know, I don't think we need to name any names.
Okay.
You know,
all right. Well, I'm still in the dark, but that's kind of a
sometimes
regular
being in the
condition
dark
for me
is-
anyway.
Sometimes being in the dark is a good thing. Believe it or not. So anyhow, what do you have coming up? By the way, I love your Mead Radio.
Thank you. Yeah, we got a morning show coming up here in roughly 90-ish minutes, a little over. Other than that, just the regular stuff.
And Tom, how do you avoid copyright notices from that?
You don't.
Oh,
it's not the same channel as the other stuff. It's not monetized. They claim it.
see.
I let them claim it into oblivion. That's why most of them get taken down within a day or so. It's kind of a shooting star stream kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Similar to karaoke kind of thing. You're going to get claimed. There's nothing you can do about it.
Might as well enjoy yourself. Yeah.
That's pretty much all it is. It's just, you know. just fun and relaxing for some people. Some people, it's the highlights of their days when I'm able to do it. So, yeah.
So, I'm going to be on Doomcock's channel. I think in the pop culture breakdown. What advice do you have for me?
Don't push the button.
Don't look him straight in the eyes.
Yeah,
Sorry, Tom. What did you say? Don't push what?
Don't push the button. No matter how much Harvey tells you, don't push the button.
Right. No. Yeah. Other than that, anything?
No, not really. It's pretty laid back.
Yeah.
It's this standard advice you'd get for going on any stream. I can say that I was actually on with Doomcock once. Of course, it was a New Year's Eve stream, and
I remember that.
I was only heard for a second, but hey, I was there.
I have that captured and stored. That whole stream.
I think I've only been on with Doomcock on his Discord only things for his
yeah.
Oh yeah, I love going to those, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you
fly me to the moon and let me
exactly
play among the stars?
Oh, okay.
Let
I have to ask.
Actual,
Tom. I have to ask you. Did you get any complaints yesterday about the Christmas music?
Believe it or not, I don't get as many as you'd think, but I'm really good at kind of sprinkling it in, and I try to stay away from the most obnoxious shit. Like, I mean, like, first of all, there's the rule of it has to be in a movie or television show, or, there's very few exceptions I'll make. So the plus side is, you can't just have somebody asking for some random nonsense.
You don't get.
Hey Tom, can you play "Grandma Got Rid by a Reindeer"? No.
That would almost probably fall into a category because I do play like some Dr. Demento type stuff, but other than that, I don't know. I don't know if I'd even play that one or not. I might. I mean, they did do like a TV special of it, but yeah, I don't play them non-stop. No, because I also know that some people they have to deal with that stuff on a daily basis at work. So, some people are just not into it. So I try not to play more than just a couple every few songs.
Yeah.
Or if I do, I try to pick ones that are tolerable or you don't hear too often, fun ones.
I'll tell you the first one I played this year was White Christmas. I don't know why. It's always held a spot for me. Bing Crosby.
Oh, yeah, the OG.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Dr. Alex. What were you saying?
I was going to say that, speaking of copyright claiming music, the video I've just been doing, which is why I'm surrounded by so much blue screen right now, has just finished rendering, so I'm going to have to duck out for a sec to do the next bit of the rendering. But it is itself something. I had to record myself singing and playing guitar, and if I did it well enough, I will get copyright struck.
Cool.
Yeah. They're surprisingly good at it, even when you're doing it.
Right arm.
Thank you. I'll be back soon, probably.
I scared him off.
Gotta respect somebody that does their own, singing and playing.
That's what people used to say, and then they heard me.
Yeah, but you got some classic tunes, man.
I think it got to a part where it's just like pity him.
No, they're classics.
Take the pity. I got classics. I got no, right, sure. I'm doing great.
Well, I'd rather have you singing than Ozzy Pray. So just remember that.
The Birdo number 5 after Mambo number 5.
Yep.
That's one of my favorites.
Tom, are you more likely to be up after midnight for popping into a stream, or during the day, or early morning, or what?
Well, the thing is, my schedule is just kind of checkered. Like, we have the morning show, then we have the evening shows. I'm almost like booked out pretty solid. So like I have some times where I can kind of do guest spots. Like this morning, I just happened to be up,
Right.
and somebody told me you guys were talking about Midnight's Edge After Dark. But yeah, it's just if you can help, if I can get ahead of time and plan, and somebody bugs the hell out of me for about a week or so and reminds me, then yeah, that helps. It's other than that, it's just like, because like Sundays are just one of the few rare days that I tend to not try to do much, and I do kind of make that exception for Doomcock already.
Right.
So like it's tough because I don't really have a day off at all.
Understood.
Hey, Tom, would you be free on, say, Friday evenings about 2 hours after Friday Night Tights goes on?
Usually that's a decent time, yeah.
That's a good time?
If I'm still awake,
fine.
I sometimes jump into Foul Ball Productions, but yeah, that's not a horrible time.
Doesn't Friday Night Tights start early?
I was joking. I was meant to say, I meant to make this sound like the time you usually go on Friday Night Tights. I'm sorry.
Well, like the thing with Friday Night Tights is it's kind of sporadic, and I know they're doing a lot of stuff over there, shifting things around. So I have no idea how often I will be. But like,
to me, you were still. I felt like you were on.
Yeah, I was just on the week before last. But
so wait, you do FNT and Pop Culture Breakdown?
No, well, very rarely do I do both, but like it's just I have, like I said, like a pretty rock solid schedule. Other than Saturday, like during the day is like the one time where I kind of have stuff set aside where like if people want to ask me to do stuff, or that's when we'll try to plan like a member stream, because sometimes Saturday during the day is the best time I have set aside for that kind of a thing. So those are usually the best time to
take care of that now.
If you want me to do something, Saturdays are usually the best days, or Thursdays, afternoons.
And yet, I can assure you, as an American, there was no such thing as too much. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
I don't know about that.
Okay. My class went to the Carmen Sandiego, game. They had TV. Kids would compete on a game show, a Carmen Sandiego game show. I didn't get there because the assholes didn't know that Caroga was a town in upstate New York. But when they asked for cities in upstate New York, and they wanted things like Buffalo. But other than that, I almost wouldn't beat it. Okay, had Caroga been a little bigger and Buffalo a little shittier, I would have been on there instead of Yolanda.
Tom, does Midnight's Edge After Dark have channel memberships, or is it just Patreon?
Sorry, no, we have both. We have both memberships and Patreon. And then the membership thing, we make sure that it pretty much anybody
minimum effort puppy.
Yeah, we have different memberships on the channels, but like when we do member streams, we make sure we cross the streams. Like we make sure the main members can see and vice versa. So
all right,
like, even though they're
my
two
membership
channels,
has been renewed.
Cool. Yeah, we try to do member streams at least every other week. It seems to be the norm. I'm going to try and do them a little more often for After Dark as well, even if it's just me or whatever. But yeah,
even if it's just you, especially if it's just you.
Well, it can be fun.
I think people would definitely enjoy it.
Is it just you and Andre at this point?
No. We've got Andre and I, and of course we have our narrator Edward, and And then we have the Midnight Judge.
Oh, Polly and yeah,
Polly and Mike and all those guys. And Mike he's kind of the more of a producer of everything kind of thing. And
oh yeah, I know.
and of course we have the
my
Toxic
executive
Femme
producer
crew
too.
with Lorena, who's the main producer there, and of course Mandy and Nina and Arun has been joining quite a bit lately. So yeah, we got a pretty extensive crew. And I've even been looking for some like assistant editors and stuff to help me out, because that's another thing is besides my schedule just being damn near unmanageable, I also have the editing side of things to handle yet too.
It's not the streaming that gets you, it's the editing.
Unfortunately, you're right, because the streaming is kind of like, just like this, just talking to somebody. But the editing can be very labor intensive, and depending on what I'm doing, it can take me anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour just to do a minute's worth of video. So, and then you have all the processes afterwards, and if something's wrong, and, there's all kinds of stuff that can go into that. So, doing a 10, 20-minute video can be an entire day's work sometimes.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness that we have modern technology. We're not on the Amiga 4000 anymore. Talk about rendering time. Man, that took forever.
So while I have you on, Tom, what initially brought you to YouTube anyhow?
Oh, actually, I've been on YouTube now for probably the better part of 15 years.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I mean, I always had.
Did you start out with your DJ thing?
No, actually, first just started out doing just like little video projects and uploading a lot of stuff from what we did in high school and some post-high school projects, and then started trying to do some like animation and other stuff, and that didn't work. I tried with some music and stuff, my own music for a while. That did okay. And then around the time Fantastic Four, Ghostbusters, all that kind of stuff, I kind of switched gears, started doing more entertainment stuff. I was a little bit more into home video at first, because that was always kind of my background. Because for many years I worked in the video industry, and so then just from there, Andre discovered me, and the rest is kind of history.
And we have Dr. Alex back. That was quick.
Well, yeah. I mean, thing is, I'd already rendered this video once, and then realized there was a couple of minor edits I need to do to the audio track. But it means everything's already in there. I just need to keep going render, after it's done each stage again, which is a pain, but easy.
Oh, I'm sure Tom doesn't know anything about that.
I hate rendering.
It's not the most fun though. But I was recording Johnny Be Good for a Christmas special for the Doctor season 13, because 2 people requested I did a Christmas special. So I have knocked one up, a very short one. It's like 7 minutes long, not like a full episode. But because I didn't know I could write.
Do you anticipate it being up before it gets pulled?
Oh well, I don't think it get pulled at all.
Johnny Be Good.
Yeah. If you play a song, it generally just gets copyright nobbled, and they claim the money. Not that I'm monetized, so that good luck there. But I mean, or rather, it's it's theirs to grab. But it won't get pulled off. I've got loads of bits where I've used music where it's just stayed there with them getting advertising money off my hard work. But yeah, so yeah, it's a Christmas special for the Doctor season 13, only 7 minutes long. And it does indeed feature Johnny Be Good, which might be a bit of a spoiler. It might give someone an idea of what I'm doing. But the Rabbi from Another Planet and one other, I forget who it was, both made a similar request of doing The Doctor Meets Jimi Hendrix or something like that. And I'm thinking, well, I can't write a whole episode. But then it did trigger me to think something I could do relatively quickly in a relatively compact space. So that's all I'm going to give away so far.
Your feature channel day is coming, Dr. Alex. I mean, you can't take away from Midnight Such After Dark. Come on.
No, absolutely no. Forget I'm even here. Just ignore it. I'm just in the corner, just quietly in the
No,
corner.
I wanted to ask about the
needs
Jimi
barely
Hendrix
channeled.
Doctor Who Christmas special. Are you going to be adding the dialogue yourself?
Oh, I mean, probably should bring you up to speed. I've written 2 complete seasons of Doctor Who as an alternative to having to watch the crappy BBC version.
Oh, you have.
So season 12 has been out. Well, I started that in 2019, and it finished in 2020. So season 12, the one that was a replacement for their season 12, and actually their season 11 as well. It kind of explains away all of the Jodie Whittaker crap. I should say the Chimbal crap, because it's really his fault. And season 13 is just me broadcasting at exactly the same time the BBC is. Actually, one day earlier, I'm using the traditional Doctor Who time slot at 7 p.m. on Saturdays, and they're coming out on Sundays a day later. And so far, I mean, I hate to blow my own trumpet, but I'd say my episodes are better than the BBC. But that's kind of like saying well, it's not. It's a very low bar. Let's put it that way.
Dr. Alex, are you on Twitter?
I do not use Twitter. I am sorry.
You don't use Twitter?
No.
How about email?
I do have email. Yeah, absolutely. I've reached that level of technology. Yes.
All right, I thought I did, but I didn't.
So
my email into the private chat.
I see it. Yeah,
If you would be so kind as to hit me up.
You want me to send me your? Do you want me? Would you like my email? Is that?
Or just send me an email.
Yeah.
To that email address.
High tech business.
I have work for you.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of people. I'm glad, but I don't know if come across. You probably have come across Zvi Levetkin, the rabbi from another planet. He's got me doing some audio for some of his graphic novel stuff that he's been doing, and I'm really glad because he did loads of stuff just for free off the. He's a great graphics designer, and he's done all the thumbnails and covers for all of the current book and the past book. So he's completely rebadged. Is it rebadged?
2 words: audio drama.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, I'm going to email you in 2 seconds. I need to because my crappy setup. I need to get closer to the computer.
A fan of Doomcock?
Look! Stop taking the piss. Yes, I'm a fan of Doomcock.
No,
Doomcock.
I'm not. I'm just asking.
Okay, I'd say this because Doomcock is in my current series of the Doctor season 13, episode 2 and 3. He's playing a character in it. He's got a voice part in it,
and he's recorded it.
Yeah. I recommend going watching. Having not been watching my season 13, I'm very
really surprised that he didn't tell me about that.
Dr. Alex is Doomcock royalty.
Okay, cool.
Doomcock what?
Royalty.
Royalty. Oh, no, thank you, Bird. I'm honoured. Now I'm going to get near the screen so I can read that email address.
So, Tom, while you're still here, what can you? Any big stories coming up today, or kind of get people's appetite wet? Don't spoil anything, but
well, I mean, we're just going to talk about Spider-Man and stuff like that today. Other than that, we kind of, even though Star Trek really isn't popular anymore, at least, I know we are going to be doing something on that because we pretty much had a lot of our reporting confirmed, and then other than that, I'm sure we'll have more to say about He-Man and a few other things coming up in the near future.
She-Man,
She-Ra, whatever, Evil Lynn, whatever, all that business. But yeah,
email away.
No, I'm glad that you were able to take time and stop by. I mean, we can talk about anything you want to, Tom. It's always
sure. I mean, right now I'm just getting stuff ready for the morning show. Other than that, just typical stuff on an average day for me. How it usually works.
Of course, you're doing 5 or 6 things at once. You know,
kinda, yeah. That's
As usual.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm working on the thumbnail for the morning show right now because we got to update that. And then I got about 5-10 more minutes here, and then I got to get ready for that stuff, or I won't have time to do anything else. But hopefully, you guys all had a happy holiday and all that business.
Well, I know I did. What about you, Tom? You have any?
It was a holiday.
Special? Okay.
It was another day for me for the most part. I didn't really get to do anything until Sunday. I took my folks to see Ghostbusters Afterlife. That was like the closest I did.
How did they like it? I didn't.
They enjoyed it. It seemed like my dad was resistant to going at first, but in the end, it seemed like he enjoyed it. So, yeah.
Because I know you were talking about that in the member stream, so I didn't get a chance to ask how they liked it.
Yeah, it seemed like they liked it. Like I said, my dad didn't really want to go, but then afterwards, he said he enjoyed it quite a bit. So
good.
Yeah, my mom seemed to enjoy it quite a bit too, although she was completely unaware of the fact that Harold Ramis had passed away. Because when the movie ended, she was like, "Who's Harold?"
Spoilers.
Well, just in a sense that, like, yeah. Because the film is dedicated to him, obviously.
Yeah.
But so was the 2016 garbage, so. Oh, but you wouldn't know that because it's buried way at the end of the credits.
Yeah.
What's buried at the end of the credits?
In the 2016 film, it says for Harold Ramis, but it's like way at the bottom of the special thanks and crap like that. Yeah.
Really? It did.
I haven't seen it, so I hear I didn't miss much of anything, except a headache.
The only thing on this earth that's probably worse than Star Trek Discovery and Picard was Ghostbusters 2016.
Tom, the thing I've been telling people about my experience watching 2016 was that most of it didn't bother me. I was really surprised to find out what a great dancer Chris Hemsworth was. He really busted out some moves.
I don't know, 90% of that movie was dancing around. It was barely a movie. That's all I know. And it sounds like you must have watched the extended cut because that all got cut from the theatrical version.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched some free voodoo thing or whatever.
Oh, yeah, when they were giving it away for free because nobody was buying it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I put it in my queue, and one day I just decided to watch it. And I understood, all of the flipping on its ear, the, tropes of, men hiring ditzy blonde secretaries that don't really know how to do their job, but they're fun to look at. He did that with Chris Hemsworth and,
of course,
on
that
and
never
on and on.
actually happened in the original Ghostbusters, but
yeah, not only that,
yeah,
it's like the oldest,
and they were making fun of it, and I got all that, but the only part that really moved me, if you will, was when Chris Hemsworth's character was possessed and was dancing, and I was just like, God damn, I had no idea that boy knew how to move.
Well, what's sad is he actually is funny, but not in that movie.
Yeah.
They gave him, I don't know, they gave him some of the worst shit to do. The whole movie is just, like I said, it's barely a movie. I don't even understand how it's held together. The production value is actually pretty decent, but then as soon as they start showing the ghosts look like something off of Nickelodeon, so.
I thought the special effects were pretty good.
I mean, it has, well, yeah, they should, considering how much they spent. Like, that's the thing. That movie cost twice as much as the new one did.
As much as Afterlife, you mean?
Yeah, twice as much.
What is the current take for the
Afterlife?
Is Afterlife making money?
Yeah, it's doing okay. It's just today it should cross over into the 90 million range, which means by this weekend it'll do well into the hundreds. Which means once it crosses about 125 to 130 million, it should be doing okay. It's
Once we get to Christmas and it gets its bump.
Yeah, it's got a ways to go, and it was keeping up with Encanto all weekend. Like Encanto barely beat it.
Encanto?
Yeah, the Disney film.
What the hell is Encanto?
Exactly my point.
I've heard about it.
Barely anybody's heard about it. They did a piss poor job of advertising this film. I did not even hear about it until last week. And it's like, wow, there's a Disney movie dropping on Thanksgiving. News to me. That had nothing to do with her, actually. It was just they did a lot of direct marketing. I think they were trying to make sure they didn't spend too much money on it. It was because they didn't even use like the idea that Coco was a big hit for the studio, even though that was a Pixar feature. This is a Disney animated feature. They are technically two different studios, but again, it was just they didn't do the best job marketing it, and it's not doing the greatest for them. But
you mean Pixar and Disney?
Yeah, they're technically two different animation studios. Yes, and even though Pixar made Coco, I still can't believe they didn't say from the studio that brought you Coco in the trailers. Because this Encanto is actually it's aimed towards the Latino and Mexican community and whatnot, and Spanish community. So. Like they did a really, really bad job of advertising it, but I did hear they did some direct marketing in like LA and some other areas. So like, unless you're in some of those areas, you probably didn't hear about it until this weekend.
I didn't hear about it till you mentioned it. So
me either.
No, at this point though,
I cut the cable about a decade ago. I don't watch news or TV or anything.
Yeah, and Ghostbusters still has some bigger international markets to open up in yet too, because it's been staggered because of Venom being staggered. So
that's
a lot of places.
One I haven't seen
Venom just opened up in a lot of places last weekend, so it's going to be another week or two before Ghostbusters does. Like Andre didn't even get to see it until this last week, and it was in a sneak preview because it doesn't even open up where he's at until this weekend.
Is it still open in the U.S.?
Oh yeah. And it really doesn't have anything to compete with until Spider-Man comes out, if you think about it. So, I mean, I think it'll do well up until Christmas, and it might even play well up against Spider-Man still. So, this is going to be a good year for Sony. Like, I've joked about it before because we used to, Tom Rothman was one of the guys that was always in our crosshairs, but he went from strength to strength when he took over Sony. It was like he was exactly what they needed. He doesn't like franchises, so he's kind of pushed those off onto other people. That's why he's more than happy to let the MCU handle Spider-Man, and he's more than happy to let Ivan Reitman and Dan Aykroyd and those guys and Jason Reitman and stuff. They just got a big, 5-picture deal, I think, with Sony. So I'm sure one of those is another Ghostbuster movie. Jason did. Woo! So, and I know there's been talks for a while of expanding the franchise, even since the 2016 film. So, he's more than happy to let those guys do that. And then Tom, he greenlights stuff like Baby Driver that doesn't cost much and makes a bunch of money. Right. So he's done very well for the studio.
Wow.
I know it's scary. It's scary to say that, but yeah, he was exactly what they needed to kind of clean things up over there. I mean, he did kind of kill Men in Black. I mean, we can't let him get away with that, but
no.
It's not like Men in Black was this thriving franchise at the time either.
Yeah, after Rip Torn died, it's pretty much,
Well, yeah, if you're not going to get Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, they're kind of the franchise at that point.
Yeah, so. I enjoyed Emma. What the hell is her name?
Watson?
Watson? Is that her name?
That's the only Emma.
Who used to hang out with Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie?
Are you talking about she was in part 3?
Oh.
The International?
Oh, no.
Older Emma.
Yeah, I think she was... Oh, no, yeah, she was in that one. Yeah.
Thompson. Emma Thompson.
Part 3?
Emma Thompson, yeah.
Emma Thompson. Yeah. Yeah. I thought she was good. She's always
She
good.
generally is. Yeah.
And as Professor points out there, Ghostbusters is done. Is that all together, Professor Brainy? Or is that just what it's done over? I think that's
That
all
was
together.
international.
Yeah, but I think that's added into the 88 or so that it's made in the US. So yeah, by the next couple of weeks here, the movie will be in the black because it only cost $75 million to make. They did quite a bit of advertising, but they didn't do nearly
Especially
as much.
early.
Yeah, well, yeah, they had to keep delaying it. So
I think the thing that's the most surprising is I didn't really hear when it came out, that it was in wide release.
well, it didn't help that they pushed it back from October because it had sat at the October date for a while, and then they moved it just at the last minute. It felt like, but it's doing pretty well overall considering.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
so I
was the
thought-
complete
okay.
take. Yeah.
So yeah, it's done about 20 plus, almost 30 plus overseas already. It's doing pretty well. Could be better, but it's doing much better than the 2016 film overall.
Yeah.
Well, why is it I hear the narrative that it comparatively 2016 actually did better than this?
Whoever says that's full of shit.
Narratively?
Comparatively.
Like storytelling wise?
No, I think he means box office wise.
Box office, yeah.
It did okay. The 2016 movie did make like $2 million more opening weekend, but it has already beat its second weekend, right? Like because the second weekend for Answer the Call went down a fucking cliff. Like it dropped like 70-some% or 60-some%.
Well, imagine everybody wanted to see it. I mean, I wanted to see it at the time. And granted, I'd heard bad stuff, but it was Ghostbusters.
I tried to give
Like,
it a chance.
How bad could it be?
Yeah, I tried
And
giving it a chance.
Then we found out.
Right?
Then we found out how bad could it be. So I'm
No,
not
but-
surprised.
So basically, at this point, it's outpacing the 2016 film. And once it hits, because I think the 2016 film only made like 150 or 160 million overall. So it's not going to be that much longer before it passes that. But the other side of that is, like I pointed out earlier, the 2016 movie cost anywhere between 170 to 200 million to make. We don't even know exactly because they had reshoots. And you have 2 or 3 different people saying how much those reshoots cost. Dan Aykroyd said they were more like 30, 40 million. The studio claimed it was only 6 million. Andre and I say it's probably somewhere in the middle. So if you figure probably about 15 to 20 million they spent. And that was after the 15 or 20 million that Rothman had already cut from the budget. So he ended up having to put it right back in is what basically happened. So in the end, between all that business, the movie flopped big time. Like the reports out there were saying that the movie lost anywhere from 70 to 129 million dollars. Afterlife though only cost 75 million to make, and it's already done that much. Now, granted, you got to take the rule of 3, but I don't know how much they spent on advertising, and I doubt they spent the kind of money they spent on the 2016 film on advertising. So by the time this movie hits 200 million, it'll be well in the clear, I bet.
I'm looking forward to that. And I am going to go see it this week.
Actually, you do not really have to do much advertising anymore because of all the YouTube channels. If they like something, they will advertise it. If they don't like it, they will advertise it too. Spending too much on that. You just have to get the word out. Hey, this movie's coming. And then people will be like, okay. Let me tell you what I think about it.
I mean, quite honestly,
I have to bug out. I have some homework I have to do before I Am Not a Number today.
Oh, yes.
And tomorrow, of course, we have Into the Fringe with Albert Rosales. Going to be checking out his book, Humanoid Encounters, The Others Among Us from 1950 to 1954. Dr. Alex, please do get in touch with me.
Email sent already.
Excellent. Thank you. Tom, as always, a pleasure. Bird Kapla, Captain.
Kapla.
It's always good to be on and talk to you.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming. Hopefully you have a good day and get some stuff done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big day ahead of me. And Mar, thanks for showing me a little of the 2009 game. That looked kind of fun. And I will leave you to your own devices.
Upgrades and equipment.
Take care, sir.
See you later.
We'll see you later.
And if you're free today about 4 Eastern, which I know you won't be, Tom, but you could always go over to Bird's channel and watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Who Mourns for Morn.
Yeah, I'm not sure how late we'll be going this morning, but yeah.
Don't worry about it, Tom. I appreciate Captain pushes my stuff.
I always pop into Bird of Praise when he's live if I can.
Thank you.
You know that. Even if I don't always say hi, sometimes when I'm editing.
I do.
You're one of the lurkers, I know.
If he's live and I'm editing,
love my lurkers. I love my lurkers.
I'm quite the lurker. I do tend to
all
lurk
the
a lot.
views and none of the chat.
Once in a while, I'll try to pipe in, but even if I'm editing,
pipe in or leave a super chat or yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to make the YouTube monies. I haven't seen too much of it yet. No, Andre does take good care of me. I can't complain too much.
Oh, of course.
Now, after dark, though, that's like a hobby. If I had to live off that, shit.
Well, Tom, you did mention that both Discovery and Picard, and it would seem they're trying to push them together. This next episode is going to be even more Star Trek Picard and Star Trek Discovery. The Kawat Malo return.
Pushed together. It sounds like a shit sandwich.
Yeah. Romulan warrior monks. Nuns. Still alive in the year 3200 or whatever.
Let's see here. About 50 minutes until Culture Casino goes live for the 6-minute daily, and then of course he sends everybody over to Tom.
Yeah, I should probably check out here in about 5 or so.
So while you're still here, anything else that you care to talk about? I mean, I'm giving you the floor. Anything.
Like there hasn't been too much news lately. I mean, it's that time of the year where things kind of slow down for Hollywood. I was just happy that Ghostbusters was enjoyable. And, I had enjoyed it a lot more than some people did. But it just reminded me of how good classic films used to be in the theater going experience. And when you actually have, an experience beyond just like, yeah, that's another one of those, like, that's kind of what it felt like, especially with like a lot of the Marvel and other business. And it's not like I'm really dealing with superhero fatigue at all. It's just, I just got to this point where it's like, I need something fresh. I need something different, or I need something that's classic. Like I keep making the joke, but I'm serious when I say Hollywood needs to get back to capitalism and cocaine, because even the worst shit they used to put back out in the 80s and 90s is better than any of the better stuff they put out now. So it's like, you know, and then
who knows where they get their cocaine these days?
Yeah, they took out Pablo, so it's hard to say.
But Tom, let's be honest there. End of Ghostbusters. Did you cry?
No, I did well up a little bit. I did get the feels. I think I was more taken aback by just the emotion of the crowd. And I knew at that moment how much it was going to all mean to the fans. And it was like comparable to that Luke Skywalker moment. But I'm like, in comparison, like that, this dwarfs that as far as I was concerned. You know, and I just walked out feeling like that is what The Force Awakens should have been. You know, clearly Ivan Reitman, if he wasn't paying attention to Cobra Kai, then he's definitely on the same wavelength as those guys are over there, because he handled that. And I mean, I know there's some people who complain. They're like, well, it doesn't feel like a Ghostbuster movie, and it's not this and it's not that. It's like, yeah, I get that. It's like Cobra Kai. It's in the same universe, but it's a completely different animal. And sure, we may get back to things that are a lot like the original Ghostbusters films, but we'll have to say, oh, look who it is.
Tom, what else since we've actually really gotten to talk, sweetie?
How you doing?
Out tracking animals.
Oh, I see.
Of course.
Tom, it's your failure. You was talking about animals.
Well, I'm out tracking animals. Now I'm talking to Tom. I guess there's a correlation. I mean, morning, Tom.
And speaking of animals, here's our favorite furry.
Aw, I'm going to be so disappointed in you saying that. I mean,
I can't picture him in anything but that pink bunny suit. So
no.
Well, I can. I've seen him dancing.
That is one scary.
That is the worst face I've seen yet. And that counts the no mask face.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Darius. Good morning, that 70s rock fan. By the way, your show will be, coming up soon. Good morning, Sherry. I've just been letting everything going on the stream. I haven't been greeting people. Hey, I'm just, I guess I'm becoming a YouTuber.
Well, you are getting the numbers up there, so you are getting big.
I see some familiar faces here.
Unfortunately, just as I've attained the center of the screen, I've got to go back to editing again. See you in a bit.
I know how that is. It's hurry up and wait. That's the story of my life.
no, that is the story of being a YouTuber, is hurry up and wait. That's
Pretty
the story
much,
of being an artist, too. Hurry up, get things done, wait for it to dry. So it's a constant. That's the life we live.
It's the story of a farmer. Hurry up, get it in the field, then wait.
And wait for nature to either take its course or the government to give you a check.
By the way,
for
farmer.
I mean,
And Tom, if you have seen Deej dancing topless ever, then you will never ever see him in a different light again.
No,
Unfortunately, I have not seen that site.
No. It's fortunate.
Tom's been fortunate because they don't allow me to do that on Name That Tune. So.
As I said, fortunately.
I thought you said
Not
unfortunately.
Yeah, no. I said fortunately. As far as I know, yeah. No, it's been a while since I've been on Miss that. I miss being on Name That Tune. But yeah, hopefully you guys are having fun over there. It's been a while.
I don't know. We're kind of bummed out because of the.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that, and I just talked to JJ like not even 2 weeks ago. I'm like, what the hell? That is insane. I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
We were supposed to have a special show. It was going to be a battle between me and him because we wanted to have a legit contest without people reading answers in chat.
No, JJ was one of those guys that I never heard anything bad about him. I don't ever remember him saying a bad thing about anybody. He was always there to help others out. Anytime he would ask me for something, it was never for himself. It was always for somebody else.
Was that the show he was talking to me last week on Tuesday? He tried to invite me to one of his streams, and I said maybe I come, maybe I don't. It's a lottery. He was laughing and said, "Oh, I see what you did there."
He will be missed. And,
absolutely.
It was a shock. I still remember, you know, I may not stream with him really anymore because I always do the art streams off with the corner now, but I still remember starting out. It was him and me and Han started together back then before they started doing Name That Tune and all the other stuff, you know?
Well, hell, it was me, you, Moira, and JJ before I even started my very first live stream.
I know, you guys hung out on my channel all the time back then.
Well, you used to stream back then.
I know I need to stream more. I'm so busy lately.
In fact, actually, it was on your stream backstage, though, that I first got to talk to Tom.
Yeah. I said, commented that you had Tom over. It's like, well, they did meet through me, so I'll go see what's going on.
Well, see,
that was really
that I was, or that I am a very big fan of Mary Mayhem's voice. So he always tried to invite me to his panels when Mary Mayhem was there. And I was always like, yeah, I can't do that. I'm too shy. I can't go with her on the same panel right now. I need to prepare for that. And, well, that's one thing that I do not have to be scared about anymore.
Honestly, there really isn't anything to be scared of. There isn't. Honestly, I don't think there's anybody I'd be scared to have on or to be on with. As bad as it sounds.
I would time when I freaked out and didn't know how to handle it when bigger guys. That's long gone. Now it's just, if I get on a panel with them, I'm going to insult them and tease them just like the rest of them, you know?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you know, with growing up. Oh dear God. Did I hear that correctly? You're the rational one?
No, I said I had that bashful time.
Oh, bashful time. It's like I thought you said you were the rational one. It's like that.
I'm the rational one.
That happened on streams too, actually.
I'd be like saying Tom is the crazy one.
Tom is crazier than he acts. He just hides it in that quiet, shy voice. No, Tom's a sweetheart. He's the really.
I'm the kind of crazy that makes everybody else question whether or not they're crazy or not.
I'm trying to figure out a time to go see him again. Last time I saw him was over a year ago, but that's when I went and took him all the birthday gifts and ribs and stuff. Remember?
Wow.
Yep.
And he's quiet.
No, I said yeah. I got a dog barking though, so I do got to run here, guys.
Yep. Well, thank you for popping in, Tom. It was always good to have you. You're always welcome, of course.
No problem. Glad I could pop in for a little bit, and I'm glad you're still streaming. And I know all these people, but when the Alex guy comes back in, tell him it was nice to meet him.
Absolutely.
I ever streamed with him. But yeah, I know the rest of y'all. So yeah, it's been good seeing you again. Take care, everybody.
Take care, Tom.
Take care, Tom.
You around?
What's up, Deej?
Let's see. I just woke up. I killed Jedi Bill's stream.
How did you kill his stream?
I went over and sang "I Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts."
I didn't know he would still be on. Didn't even check.
He turned it into a 12-hour stream. I actually was out doing the animal stuff with him for a while.
Cool.
I seen he was in competition against you, so I went over and I sang live.
Oh.
Elihu even
So we
said
were
it sounded
doing
like
birds
cats
squawk,
screeching.
and then DJ came on and did his version of a squawk. I mean,
Of course, Sherry says I'm amazing, but
Of course.
No, she says you were amazing.
oh yeah, I were. I'm no longer amazing. Though I did forget one thing. Sherry, Sherry baby, Sherry. Okay, there we go. Now it's done.
Yeah, you should
Okay,
have gone with the
I do
German
have
band
to
there.
admit, with having Tom on, I did ignore the chat a little bit. I'm sorry.
I don't even think it's the size of channel though, or anything with Tom. It's he just has a personality. He's great to hang out with and talk to.
Oh, absolutely.
When he wasn't trolling me, oh my god, you know how bad he got with his jokes at me on some of those Star Trek streams we did.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
God,
I
he
missed those,
tormented
by
me.
the way.
Yeah, we need to start
54.5
doing
is
that.
never
We're at
going
the
to
point
let
where we're
me.
going to start going through the original series episode by episode, and I want to do that still. I need to get them going again.
Yep.
54.5 is never going to let me live down the Pooh Bear comment.
Nope. Nope. Never gonna happen.
It's not about getting your voice that high, Elihu. All you got to do is sing it in a nice way.
And I'm not even gonna comment on the last part, but yeah.
And Cinnabon Bunny is in the house.
Good morning, Cinnabon Bunny. Yes, I was actually shocked this morning. So, hey.
Oh, Mark Rell's up to something.
Tom is one of those guys that tries to help people and be there for him. When I met him and he helped me through a lot of that early, I don't know what the hell I was doing. I was nervous as fuck and I was stumbling through everything. And so, I don't know. I want to do one-on-ones. I want to actually get to know people and talk to them. But I don't even know how to ask people. And I kind of posted that I'd like to look into trying to do this in the future, but I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. And then suddenly I had a message from Tom saying, if you really want to do interviews, I can hop on tonight and be your first one if you get through it. It's like, okay. Okay. And
Rosetta just won someone over and we was live with her.
Mar, I'm not attempting that song. No.
A good guy.
Why not? Just because it's German?
Yeah.
German, well, performers singing English?
And I'm only a quarter German and I can't do it.
Oh, they sing in English?
Itty bitty bit of German in me.
So your husband's German? That's the itty bitty part in you?
Okay, see, I thought it, but I didn't go there.
But I did.
No cheap shots at the husband. Make fun of me all you want, not him.
See, I my mind went there, but I was trying to be nice.
If I was nice to Rosetta, she would. If I was nice to Rosetta, she would think I was mad at her.
I don't care if you're nice to me or not. You don't make fun of him.
I just was saying that you said a little bit of German in you, and I didn't want to make it about some other dude. I didn't want to make it about another dude because I know you're faithful, so I had to go there.
Yep. Absolutely.
She's mad at my logic.
Miss Patient Driver.
She's mad at my
No,
logic.
when they're on your side of the road trying to hit the front end of your car, you have a reason to honk.
This is true.
Well, the horn blows, says the driver.
Yeah, we already know that answer.
I was going to say, I'm not exactly subtle about that.
I know, but I'm trying to lighten the mood down. Jeez.
Well, it's like I got on there with Jessie last night for her birthday stream, and I said something smart ass to her, and she goes, "Oh, go suck a cock." I already did that. Now shut up and let me tease you, woman. And she's looking at me and starts laughing. I'm not ashamed.
Well, why would you be?
Exactly.
Oh,
I've never understood being ashamed of what you do sexually, unless you're like really into nasty, disgusting, unsanitary shit.
Damn it.
You know?
You're roboting. I guess we're going to lose Rosetta, maybe. I don't know. Depends on how her internet holds up.
Well, Rosetta, what is nasty or perverted always depends on the person themselves.
True.
So that's a big variety of things.
I should
Unless
have
you're
signal,
German.
but it sometimes gets a little wonky on this end of this road.
Well, you were roboting. That's why I was.
Hey, look, there's Bigfoot.
Where?
It was in the background of Rosetta. She drove past him.
Oh, I thought you. Never mind. I thought you meant something that she ran over.
No, he was hanging out in the tree line there. She drove past.
There's not really a safe place to stop back there.
Yeah, you stop back there and you hear the banjos play and you hear.
No, it's stop back there. Somebody comes flying around the corner on the wrong side and hits you.
Gary, what's that face for?
No, my swans are
That you wouldn't sing. That you wouldn't sing it for her.
I have no idea what that song is. I have no idea what the lyrics are, and I don't know how it goes, and there's no way I can do it. I have to have a song that I know.
Well, you could listen to it a few times. You'd pick it up.
And you probably would sound better than Dieter Bohlen. Let's be honest there. That motherfucker never could sing, but somehow he still made it to Germany's Next Superstar as a Euro and tells people that they can't sing.
Well, I can honestly say today has been a most unusual day.
Other than me being crass in the car, that's kind of normal.
Well, that is normal. I'm talking about Tom being here.
I know.
Okay, Cinnabon. Cinnabon's got to get back to work and look for more unicorn horn.
Take care, Cinnabon. Have a good one. Like I said, you need to do an adults only stream where you show all your prizes off.
And the gold giveaway is coming up soon, folks. So make sure that you subscribe to Cinnabon. Let him know that you've subscribed, and watch his videos.
Actually, that's speaking of giveaways. That's something that they've instituted at StreamYard. You can actually go to StreamYard.com/giveaway, and you can actually hold a contest in the stream. You have everybody enter a certain hashtag that automatically enters them in, and then the computer will randomly pick a winner. So you can't be accused of cheating because you have nothing to do with it. It's the computer that does it.
And you don't have to sit there and manually enter them constantly like you do for those
Nope.
spin the wheels and stuff.
Nope. StreamYard does everything for you for that. So, yeah.
That would actually be beneficial for people like me who aren't good with technology.
The funny thing was, I hadn't even, it was a video I watched yesterday on that. It's like, that's never going to come up. Then all of a sudden, talking about a, contest, it's like, oh, cool. I can actually plug StreamYard for something.
No, there are issues with StreamYard, yes, but I give them a lot of credit. They do seem to be listening to people and trying to implement things people want.
Oh, yeah. Well, the other thing is there have been some issues since they've updated. But, I mean, come on.
They just
nothing
need
is
to
perfect.
give us a dark mode. And actual full page backgrounds, not just in the center. So we don't have to have this bright white bullshit.
They're actually, that's one of the things I believe they're working on. They're working on a lot of things right now, but I believe that's one of them is giving you the ability. There was something else having to do with the green screen thing. I don't remember what it was because I don't use it. And good morning, Low Specs Linux Laptop. How are you? I may have to retitle my stream. Oh, well. Could be worse.
Midnight Suds Edition?
Why not? Maybe keep people longer, too. No, it was funny because I did a short stream yesterday. I have more people watching the longer streams than they do the short ones.
See?
And let's see here. It's about 25 minutes until Culture Casino goes live. Hopefully you're able to join over there. And then, of course, Culture sends everybody over to Midnight's Edge show in the morning. So it's kind of nice to keep connected. And yes, thank you, Darius. Mead Radio, which, believe it or not, is coming up as a featured channel. Actually, Mead Radio has had fewer, I don't know if they still do or not, had fewer subscribers than me, which is a lot.
It was a play project he started, and I think it's become really great. And he's realizing it's actually getting popular. I mean, it was basically started because he was figuring his channel would get destroyed if he tried to do it on the main one.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing. It kept getting taken down. It had blah, 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 blah. So, screw it. Started a new channel, Mead Radio. And
false flagging errands, which still happen on the small channel.
I don't understand the people who do that. I really don't. 687. Awesome.
No lies. They have no fun.
Good morning, Lord Spec Lane. Hey, speaking of sub counts, Cap, you went up a little bit more.
What?
Well, I see you at 519 now.
Okay, cool. Even better.
Yeah, I went backwards more.
Well, we're still in a competition, by the way.
I know, and I'm going backwards. You're going forwards. You're going to get the Orville Nation bikini.
No, I don't. That's for you.
No, that's for the person. He said after he amended that, and he said that was for the one that hit 1,000 first. They were getting the Oracle Nation bikini. So
No, he said you. He said you.
Stand by. I don't want to see either of you ever in a bikini ever.
We will talk to Peach,
What?
and we will clarify that with him.
I look great in a bikini.
Okay.
Prove it, Mar. Prove it.
You have no idea what you are missing on.
I'm telling you, prove it. We want. Let's see.
Mar, I like you, but no, thank you. I don't. There are certain things I don't need to see.
See, even Sherry says she wants to see the pics, so we want the proof.
Sherry,
Okay.
don't do this
Sherry's
to us.
asking.
Sherry already saw me last night, early this morning with my shirt off. So now it's time for the rest to man up and prove them.
We have pictures.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
I don't have any pictures, but I will take some as soon as it gets a little bit warmer again. Just for Sherry.
Thank you. And British Day says pics or it didn't happen.
Hey, I'll put this out there. If somebody sends me a mankini and for $300, I will wear it for a live stream.
DJ, are you being a whore again?
Of course, I'm desperate.
What about a slave bikini?
That's still $1,000. I'm never going lower than that for that slave Leia bikini thing. No. Never going lower than that for that. Because that one involves I have to do the poses and shit. Yeah, I'm not going any lower than that on that.
And see you later, like you who is running to McNasty's. I mean McDonald's.
And of course, since Sammy Joe's not around anymore to wax, I got to find a new waxer.
You got to find a new waxer. I'm sure that Rosetta would.
No.
Yes, Thomas, Rosetta is peeping on people again.
That's not no people.
Idea. Well, Brightest Day, I have no idea either. I just know that she's no longer around, so.
Just saying, that's not people.
He's peeping on animals. Speaking of which, have you ever caught animals in the
hashtag? We have the hashtag
yes.
Wax Pooh Bear.
Yes, 54.5 Access Radio.
Picture of an eagle taking a dump on a goose. So it was an accidental picture. I was taking the action shots and the goose annoyed him, and there we have it. But yeah. Eagles can be assholes.
And I take it for you. Which would be noon Pacific, I believe. I don't know. Because I believe that Are you Eastern time, Darius? Just out of curiosity. So, Deej, have you gotten things? Anything better?
Better,
You know,
as
like
in what?
Are you feeling better?
I'm feeling better. I actually have to get shoes on and a coat on and go out soon and go pick up more meds that I need for my art shit. But I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, I mean, it's good you're doing a lot better.
And I'm starting to get taste back, so that's a good thing.
It's warmed up 10 degrees since I left the swans over at the lake, so by the time I go get hubby and get back down there, it'll be a nice hike around the lake to get the swan pictures.
Almost 50 degrees here.
Apparently, I'm roboting, so I'm going to be back momentarily. Here is Luger.
Luger.
Hey, Luger.
Welcome.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing all right. I just can't believe Deej isn't sleeping.
I did sleep.
Oh, okay. Well, we kept everybody up way too late last night.
There wasn't.
He just ended his stream like a half hour ago or so.
Well, yeah, I saw that and I was like, how the hell did you do that? But
Wait, which stream?
Jedi Bill.
Yeah, we were on there until Schmidt. It must have been like 3 a.m. damn near. I'm not complaining. You know. Just saying. Hey, Darius. Hi, Thomas. Hi.
Any better?
Oh, yeah.
No. Okay, good.
At some point, are you going to stick your foot up your internet provider's ass or what?
Probably. Let's see here. Insomniac Soup number 250 went 12 hours. Wow.
Yep.
Well, I can say this much. I won't be going 12 hours.
Fuck that shit.
Well, I didn't think you were going to still be on. I just kind of popped up to take a peek.
Well, I'm going to be going until a little bit before Culture Casino goes on because I don't want to step on his toes. And I do like sending people over there. But so are you sleeping well, Bird?
Yep.
Cool.
I've been watching.
I know.
If he gets too sleepy, just remember you got to bring up topless women for him.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm awake.
So who should I bring up as being topless? AOC.
mean, it's really not a lot of wrong answers. So.
Marina Sirtis, how about that?
Been
You know
there,
what?
done that.
Surprisingly, no,
I'm just
not
saying,
gonna
go look
complain.
at some movies in the 80s. She's done plenty of very nude images.
Yep.
And now she runs around and bitches about male gaze. It's like, I can look up your privates in movies, woman.
Well, she didn't seem to have a problem. Didn't seem to have a problem with it back then.
Didn't seem to have a problem with it when she wanted cleavage on her uniform in Next Gen.
Well, she has a problem with it now because what she has, which isn't really that much, is now old, wrinkly, and saggy, and she can't keep them held up.
That she wants to complain about the very way she made her money, her body. That's the thing I can't understand about these feminist women. They run around and literally make their money and career off of showing off their body and acting like sluts, and then they call everyone else sluts and denigrate other people for their body types and complain about male gaze. What? It's the hypocrisy that's so irritating, you know?
And yes, Thomas, Bert O'Prey wants Tilly.
Leave Tilly alone.
And thank you, Darius.
As a fat person, there's no way I'm going to fat shame Tilly. That's just not wrong, right?
That's just not wrong.
Well, Freudian slip.
Let's see here. Now we've got the 6-minute daily coming up in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat so you can go on over there and say that Cap sent you. Deej, you going to be streaming anytime soon?
I don't know. I got to go and pick up medications and stuff today, and
Well, watch for Deej streaming. And remember, he and I are in a contest to see who gets to 1,000 first.
I would like to say one good bit of news today.
Yes.
LeBron James is out for several games now.
And
Karma came back and bit him in the ass, and he tested positive.
Well,
oh, so he's pregnant?
No.
Oh, okay. But I see Captain Trek is up to 519, so.
I know. I told you he's going.
Well, let's see here. I've got plenty ahead of me, plenty behind me. It doesn't really matter the number. But
hey, yo, Captain Trek.
Orwell Nation has issued a challenge, so I'm going to accept it. I think we need a better what could we do really? Because it doesn't really count until we actually get the ability to monetize. So
Thomas Potts.
Okay, cool. At least he'll unsubscribe to us both.
Now, who were you guys talking about? Because I didn't hear the name.
What?
Who was DJ talking about?
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Ah.
Yes. So, Rosetta, are you going to be streaming any year soon?
I am talking to a few people to work out some interviews. I have to figure a couple things out because I'm going to be traveling. So hopefully I'll be able to do some of them while I'm back at my parents' place. Because I'll be in the back room of the house hiding anyways. I mean, so hopefully pretty soon here.
Well, I'm calling
driving me insane.
I'm calling the feds because you're out driving around trying to shoot eagles.
Yeah, they know. I help them track them for conservation. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see here. Let me do this one more time. I'm going to replace the pinned comment with the Culture Casino stream. And definitely go over to Culture Stream. Give him some trouble for me. No, he's always been one to support my channel. So that is he's definitely a good guy.
Culture's a very supportive guy of everybody. And fun to tease, honestly.
Of course. And I definitely need to get him on here one time to talk to him about a few things. But, well, let's see here. Bird, you still going at 3 today?
4 p.m. Eastern.
4 p.m. Eastern, okay. I thought DS9 was I thought DS9 was always earlier, but whatever. Okay. All right. Look out for Bird at 4 p.m. Eastern. Go on over and see Culture Casino. Tell him Cap sent you. Then stick around. He'll send you over to Midnight's Edge for their morning stream. Again, I'd like to thank everybody who's been in the chat and everybody who's been on the panel, especially Tom from Midnight's Edge and Dr. Alex. Again, thank you so much for being on, and have a great day.